Okay, welcome everybody. My name is Jerry McWorter. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. I'm sitting here with John Schmidt. Today is June 21st, 2019. The run actually took place on May 27th, Memorial Day 2019. Where?
Easy Street Billiards, Monterey, California.
Okay, you've just come to the end of a run. You've been playing, I think, you'd been playing for about 3 hours or something like that. What was the setup?
Maybe a couple hours. I actually kind of got lucky the first inning of the day and ran 126 and scratched, and then I ran about 26 and missed, and now this is the third attempt of the day, and you saw me put a 3-ball on the table. That way we could figure out where the run starts. So little did I know that this was going to be the biggest run of my entire life right here, starting right now. So kind of makes the hair stand up on my arm just thinking about it, seeing this again.
Yeah, it's to kind of give people a background of what's happening is you were really taking a serious assault at beating Willie Mosconi's record. And
Yes.
we can tell you more about this, but it's been a year-long process.
Yes.
You've spent a month in Monterey. You rented a house with the rack master there, Doug Desmond, who you just saw in the shot there, and we'll introduce Doug a little bit later. So you're trying to break this record, which means you're playing 6 or 8 hours a day by yourself.
Right.
Every time you miss, you just set up another break shot and just keep going. Now, the last run that you're on, do you have any idea what that number was?
It was about 26 balls.
You're only 26
Yeah.
balls into it. Okay. So when you're on a giant run of 200 or 300 or get into that range, and then you miss, then you got to start back at number one.
It's the equivalent of building a sandcastle for like 8 hours, and a bully just comes over and kicks it over and says, "Start over, loser." I mean, it's demoralizing to say the least.
And then you've got to do that 8 or 10 times a day.
Yeah, and I've done that, thousands and thousands of times. It's the only endeavor in pool where I do something that would be considered great and it feels like a failure. Because normally you run 300 in a tournament, they would carry you out on their shoulders. And in this, I just feel like a total idiot and I have to start over. So it's a very different mentality of accepting failure and moving right along and continuing, because you don't have any time to pout or get mad. You just have to get right back on the horse and go. Otherwise, it's never your odds of breaking the record would be diminished greatly. So
Yeah, we're going to talk a lot more technical. We've got a lot of time to spend here because this is about a
Sure.
4-hour run. But we're going to talk a lot more technical things and about the way you're playing the balls and things that are going through your mind.
yeah, we can get into that. Yeah, sure.
But again, just to kind of set up a little more context, you're just starting another runoff. Like you said, you have no idea how this is going to turn out. When you're playing straight pool, every time you're at the table, you're trying to make a massive run.
Sure.
You spent 20 years
Sure.
trying to run balls.
Sure.
So just no clue when the magic is going to happen.
Never. I mean, I'm having results that I'm happy with. I know that I'm running big numbers, but most people, when they see me run a 300 ball run, they go, "Well, you're going to run 5 or 6." It just doesn't work that way. You plateau and you get stuck in the 250, 350 range, and those make you feel good and all, but
It's light years away.
It's light years, and I always joke and I always tell people, because when I say I run 350, they go, "Oh, you're right there. You can run 526." And I always tell them, "Listen, loan me $526 and I'll pay you $350 back, and you will be the first to tell me that's not the same number." So, 526 is light years away, and I got to admit, I was really getting to the end of my rope mentally on this whole ordeal. I told Doug many days, I said, "Doug, I'm a pretty good player, but I don't think I can do this. I just can't run this many without getting a skid, scratch, miscue, straight in, tree topped, on a rail, miss a ball, the door opens and sharks me, something. I can't do it. It's just impossible." And I was really close to throwing in the towel because the road expenses, Jerry, were mounting up. The renting the apartment, the food, the gas. The pool room actually shut this table down to public use. Now, this is a table that might make $200 a day for the pool room. Well, they made no money for So the expenses were accruing, and my frustration level was rising. And I told Doug, "You can't rent an apartment anymore. You're done spending money on this endeavor," because now the pressure was mounting. If I keep failing and coming up short, I'm letting the whole team down. And it was becoming quite a thing to try to pull this off.
Oh, well, I've been following this and been working with you closely for
Sure.
the last year, and the pressure of trying to accomplish this thing is there's just so many facets of it that are unseen. You know,
Right.
But that leads me to all different kinds of conversations. One of them is the tempo that you play the game, that you walk around with, and the casualness that you play the game, I think is one of the, no, not I think, it's no question one of the
Right.
reasons that you were able to accomplish it is because, well, that'll make you a little nervous, huh? A little.
Yeah, and I don't remember these shots. I've only seen this run one time. So like that ball there.
Well, you're
Yeah.
less than 28
Right.
balls. You're only 20 balls into the run, so.
Yeah.
But the tempo that you're able to walk around the table and just real leisurely just keep pocketing balls and keep playing and playing makes a really big difference.
Sure does. It's the whole key.
You conserve your energy. Tell them a little bit about that.
Well, in a nutshell, I mean, I've always been a fast player anyway, but I know that there's no way I can play slow and methodical and run that many balls because it's just mentally too taxing and physically. And I'm trying to squeeze in a good 8 or 10 tries in a day instead of 4 or 5. And if I played slow, then it's gonna be lunchtime before I'm going to get hungry before I've even ran 200 balls or something. So I try to play fast and loose. Now, as the run builds and I get, say, near 200 balls, then I would go into a little bit more of a correct straight pull where I'm focusing more. And we've talked about this before on any other time I've done straight pull runs. But I do think that that's a big key is your rhythm and your pace, because you got to understand, I probably shot in, we've estimated 800 to 1,000 balls a day, 5 days a week. So that's 5,000 a week times a month. I would play 20 days. So that's 20,000 balls I shoot in a month. And, that's just not something you're going to be able to do well if you take, a lot of time on each shot. So
Just exerting just so much energy.
Right,
yeah.
right.
And then obviously, that's another thing when people talk about or being told that you've run 300 balls. How many times have you run over 300 balls?
31 times.
31 times you've run over 300 balls.
Yes.
And even pool players, they always want to ask, well, how long does that take?
Right.
And they think that it's just like 5 hours or some ridiculous
Yeah,
number.
I mean, a 300 ball run takes me like an hour and a half or something. I mean, I play fast, so I mean that's a little skewed, but it's it shouldn't take that long. And to the viewers at home watching this, do yourself a favor, speed up your play a little bit, even if right, wrong, or indifferent, just shoot, because this is a game that you can't outthink or outtry or outstudy. It'll never work. You have to get up and fire, and after a while, it'll all start to look clear to you.
Well, you're talking about paralysis through analysis.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, you've played straight pull on such a high level for so long that these patterns are really second nature to you.
Totally.
To people that are learning the game and understanding the thought process that you're going through, it's going to take them more time to just teach themselves what are the right things to do.
Yep.
I think you're looking through the lens of somebody of maybe the best straight pull player in the of our generation, and it just comes very easy to you. But
Sure.
There's a lot of really intricate little decisions that you're making here that are just totally go over people's head. They have no idea that you're moving that ball 2 inches this way or that way.
Well, and that's obviously a byproduct of doing it so much. And you can play the straight pull and you can do several things what I would call wrong and run 30 or 40 balls, but to run 130 balls, you're going to have to clean up your act. And then when you get into the supersonic level of straight pull where you're like a 200 ball runner, you are going to have to do so much right and so often that you're going to have to really clean up how you play and not do anything crazy. And I basically am just a bigger failure than everybody. The reason I'm so good is because I've done it and failed so many times that I'm able to kind of look back and remember what works and what doesn't work. Now, on any given shot, anything could work. But when you're talking about running 30 or 40 racks in a row, believe me, there's a right way to do it and a wrong way and the most high percentage way. And your job as a player is to do it the highest percentage way, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember we've talked about different players over the years and the different choices that they made and the different styles of play and different patterns and that. But when it comes right down to it, when you're talking a 200-300 ball runner,
Yes.
they play correctly.
They all play right. And now equipment has a lot to do with it. Now, as you can see, this table's a little quirky. It plays great and it's level, but it's got, see, the camera's very near the table, so the table looks kind of different, but the rails are very skinny. So it's hard to place my bridge hand. The rails are very slow, which is helpful in some ways and hurtful in some ways. So I learned the table as I went, what works, what doesn't, and that's your job as a player to adjust to the equipment. But when you talk about styles of play, all I have to do is hear somebody's high run, and I pretty much can tell you their style of play. It's either going to be correct or not correct. And, you know, I got a little lucky there. Obviously could have scratched, and I'm surprised. I don't even see a shot to get started here. But yeah, you know, just through experience, you're going to figure out what works and what doesn't. Well, what am I shooting?
I think you shoot
the
this on
9
the
ball
side.
or something. Wow. Boy, that was a good shot right there. And like I said, I don't remember this run, so I'm going to be surprised by certain shots. And I'm not on a big enough number to, but that's all I had anyway. So, but yeah, as far as pattern play goes, here's the main thing. If the balls go in the pocket slow, you're going to run more balls. So it's your job as a player to figure out, how can I run this rack where the object balls are not moving too fast too often or unnecessarily. So, you know, I'm all like right there. You might look at that and go, man, he just dribbles it in. I can pound the balls in and run 50. I can't pound them in and run 250. So you've got to dribble the balls in and maximize the size of the pockets. And also that way you're playing position. The ball doesn't get away from me if I hit it through the thick or thin side of the hole.
Well, you're also talking about just the sheer number of balls. Talking about making 200 or 300 shots in a row. Just
Right.
law of percentages. You're going to hit something bad.
Right.
You're going to
human,
hit something.
yes.
You're human. You're going to hit something a little bit squirrely.
Yes.
You're going to miss your mark. And if you hit them in with pocket speed, you can dribble them into the holes.
That's right. That's right.
It's not about, you know, look at how great this guy, he just splits the hole every time.
It doesn't work
Split
like
the
that.
hole every time 300 times in a row.
Right. Exactly.
So these are all little choices that just put the percentages in your favor.
Well, the thing is about straight pull that's overlooked, and the good players understand this, but you know, a lot of times the fantastic, like right here, just right here, if
you got out of line. You got out of line on that strike.
Well, if you miss your mark right there, you're done. But you see, I got the cue ball within about one cue ball of where I wanted, and
well,
that's
you had
the key.
you had two break balls.
Right.
But you were trying to get a natural angle on that 13 where you could just scoot over to the side easily,
Yep.
and you got on the wrong side of it.
And that's right. You're absolutely right. But I also play the pattern to where both key balls are break balls and both break balls are key balls. And
Right.
it widens my margin of error massively. I try not to paint myself into a corner with a pattern that's not usable unless I'm perfect. And so that's something that will serve you very well.
Talk about what Doug's doing.
Okay,
here
Doug
for a
basically is cleaning this ball for me because there's a little bit of probably chalk on it or whatever. So he marks it very nicely with his little ball marker and cleans it. Now, as you see, he's wearing gloves too. I think that's real smart. And, you know, he did a really nice job because it's very hard to rack the balls and not touch anything with your hands accidentally and just do all the things he does, keeping track of the score, cleaning the balls. He has a tougher job than me. I just had to play.
It was too close to the line.
No, we know.
Oh, okay. And also, there's going to be times where the break ball is so close to the line that Doug doesn't want to bump it with the rack, so he just marks it just to be careful. And little do we know, this is going to be, you know, the biggest run of my life. So, but everything's real official here. I'm joking with Doug about moving it. So he's going to take his gloves off because the balls are slick and he wants to not drop this ball and hit the rack or something weird. Hands of a surgeon. Nice job, Doug. Now, this is a good break shot here, Jerry. This break shot, what you want to do on this break shot is hit this with a high ball, and when the cue ball hits the side rail, it'll kind of arc forward, and you won't scratch in the sides or downstream. A lot of players will hit this with middle right English, and the cue ball will end up down by my left hip pocket or something.
Or that scratch on the right is monstrous.
Right.
When the force follow, that scratch
It can arc
goes in
around
that
the pout. That's right.
All the time.
That's right. Now you're noticing I'm moving a coin up the rail there. So the coin is on the fourth diamond, which is 56. And
Yeah, let's talk about that for a second. You're keeping track of the score by rack,
right.
not by individual shot. So as the diamonds go around the table, you've got a coin under each of the diamonds. The first diamond being 14 balls, 28 balls, 48 42, 50, 56. So they're just going around the table in the groups of 14. And as the run goes on and you see it lapping around the table.
Yeah, one full time around the table is a run of 252, so that's kind of easy to remember. So I have to lap the table twice plus like 2 racks to break the record. And as you can imagine, that just seems impossible to me. So, this whole thing, I think a lot of people watch me play and they go, well, it was just a matter of time because John knew he could do it. I, if anybody, did not think it was possible. I, if anybody, did not know I could do it because I've actually ran over 300 enough times to know how tough that is and how many bad things can happen. I was the last guy in the world that thought this run could be done because I just know how much can go wrong. And this was a surprise to me. I never tried to break this record because I knew I could do it. I just thought that maybe if everything went right, I could possibly come close, So
You actually could be a perilous little bump right there.
Yeah, that wasn't, again, we're only on a run of 60, so I wouldn't say I'm not focused, but my level of gamble and risk is a little high. I might do some stuff that I know it would have been better to walk to the other side of the table and do something easier. I'm a little lackadaisical because, again, you're seeing the final run here. But, I mean, I've had thousands of these in the last year where I'm just trying. And I'm out of line pretty good here. Now, the 8-1 connects. Okay. But now this 8 ball to this 1 ball obviously has to be hit right. I'm going to go high left English. Now you can see I'm tuned in pretty good on the speed because that was within about an inch where I wanted to get. And I'm just going to baby this in heavy with right hand English. Maybe go high English, high left, and go 2 rails into the line of the 14. This will be a pretty shot. Yeah, that was a nice stroke there. And that's right where I wanted to get. And you can just see my speed control is really dialed in because I've been on this table. So there's 70.
So as the run continues, you'll see, well, right now the screen is black, behind the table is dark because the pool room is closed.
Right.
And you're in there with your team, and you've got some peace and quiet, and you're able to run balls.
Sure.
Later on, the business opens, and we've got a lot of giant runs where there's customers walking all around, and they have no idea what's going on.
No idea, and there was quite a few times I'd run over 200 or even 300 and had the front door, because this is table number 1, and it's right by the front door. And certain times of day, that front door opens and the sun hits me right in the face on my backswing, and that's been kind of rough. Something funny happens in this run, though. Now, we've stripped the sound off to do this voiceover, but at 490, the jukebox comes on automatically, extremely loud. I mean, it scared me out of my skin, and I was rolling a little intricate shot in the side, and I ended up making it. And as the ball's rolling to the side, the jukebox goes off. It scared me to death, and that was at 490. So that's something I'll always remember, and I got lucky that it wasn't a half a second before. But right now it's like 9 a.m., and it's just Doug and I, Doug's wife Cecilia, and my wife Felicity watching, and the guy Josiah behind the bar kind of getting the place ready to open. So it's quiet, perfect conditions to run some balls.
So tell them a little bit about Easy Street Billiards.
Well, just a great pool room. It's a pool room that's actually a pool room, not a nightclub, not a dance club. They like pool in there. They cater to the players, nice equipment, a pro shop, great part of town. I mean, Monterey, California is, really a tourist destination, just a great place. 5 minutes from Pebble Beach Golf Course. So I'm very fortunate that they're my sponsor and I represent them because, it's just a great place to be, nice people. I couldn't be more lucky as a player. And, and it's a serious pool room where there's a lot of good players in there that like the game and really play serious pool. So, if you're ever in Monterey, California, obviously stop in. We'd love to have you.
On the back of your shirt there, it says Mr. 400 and Easy Street Billiards, and they've been a sponsor of yours for a few years.
A couple years now, yes. And, without them, this run never happens because without them, I'm off doing lessons or one of the million things I do to try to get by. And so, you might not have had this run broke if it wasn't for the support of Easy Street, and I'm really appreciative of that. And also Predator Q's, and then one of my close friends, Lou Sardo, with the Sardo rack, and he was instrumental in me breaking this record because I didn't really know how the rack worked. And I think the rack's fantastic, but when I first used it, I didn't quite understand it. And he actually got on a plane, flew out, taught me how to use it right, and I instantly started running gigantic numbers. So
well, he set the table up for you. We'll get Lou up here in a little while.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And introduce him to the audience and talk more about the rack. So let's talk a little bit. Get started talking a little bit of technical stuff.
Mm-hmm.
What are you seeing right now? Clearly, your 2-ball looks like the break shot, and the 12 looks like your key ball. But
yeah, now this right here.
I don't know. The 2 might be a little low. Is it?
The 2 is a fraction low, but it'll work. So basically, I have to I'm going to clear out the pocket and make sure it's not too full of balls. I have to hit my mark here. If I shoot this ball through the right side of the pocket, but I'm trying to hit the left side of the pocket, I'm going to come up 8 inches short. So you have to really shoot straight and hit this ball through the side of the pocket that you want, and then have the cue ball go, and I'm just barely far enough. Now this is a nice kill stroke. You hit this with a bunch of left English. It looks like I'm hitting it with low, and that is about as much as I can kill one right there. And that's the shot that you have to have in your arsenal to run big numbers. You have to kill.
So you're hitting that with just outside English,
just low outside, and then the low turns to left by the time it gets there. But I actually overcut that ball and still held it.
Yeah.
Now this break shot here is low, so I'm going to have to hammer this in, try to hit it through the right side of the pocket, otherwise I'll miss the stack. The danger to this break ball is the cue ball is going to hit the bottom side of the corner ball and rush towards the end rail where Doug is standing, and then come back up into the balls, and it can sometimes get scrambled and kissed into a pocket, but I'm at the mercy of that at this point. And as you see, I'm going to barely even hit the pile. But the harder you hit this, the more it'll get to the rack. See, I hit it pretty full there. That worked out. Almost got trapped up there.
So you're at 84 right now.
84? 85.
Well, 85 after this break shot. Yeah, again, if you glue up on that 10 ball or on that 8 in the wrong way, the run's over.
Oh, sure, and that's how many runs.
Absolutely no fault of yours. You hit it great.
No, all you can do playing straight pull is get on the break ball and hit it well, and you're going to have many, many hundreds of big runs. And I'm shooting the 8 here with a bunch of inside English.
Little piece of it,
and I've got to snip it and hit the long rail. Or shoot this 14 up in the corner. And this is way missable. This looks easy on camera, but this is a blind cut.
Does it go? I guess it does.
I guess it did. I shot it in there. Thank goodness. That was a nice little hit right there. Now that's an optical illusion too, that I can make that 8. It looks like that ball was in my way. So now the 4 is the break ball. The 9, or I guess that's the 13, really needs to move pretty soon, because it's blocking the 2 balls near the spot. So, I'm going to work on that little issue. Yeah, I'm going to shoot this maybe first even. No, I'm going to shoot this first and then get it. Okay, there we go. Now the rack will start to come together pretty nice. Now that straggler over against the left long rail, it doesn't look like a problem, but I promise you that is a run ender. That ball is laying horrid, and it's very unhelpful.
There's nothing connects to it.
There's nothing connects to it, and it doesn't connect to anything. It's just laying there like a disaster. And you want to see, I need to get behind these balls right here. Just like that. That was a crucial shot. If I miss my mark there, I'm in trouble. Now I've got to jack up and just pinch this in and then shoot the 6 next.
You're going to nudge over that.
Yeah, I might nudge that ball, but
that ball is.
Yeah, and I know I'm going to be stuck a little bit. There we go. But again, the 15 is no good.
Well, making that other break shot on that side, the 15 became a lot better.
Now this shot here, the reason I chose this shot is you can hit it worse. You can hit it at pocket speed and slide it in. Now I can go 6, 15. Now the 1 and the 4 are both key balls and they're both break balls, and you'll do well leaving this as an in pattern and then twirling 2 rails off one of them. So however I land here, the other's usable. So it puts less premium on position play. So now you're going to go 2 rails, very new cloth, so you got to hit it with a lot of left to get enough grip. Perfect. There we go. Now come up. That looks short, but that's going to be pretty good. No, that is a little short. Actually, that is a little thin.
Looks like a lot of short.
Okay, that's thin. I have to hit this good. So there's 98. But to me, this shot feels like straight in. It looks, I'm so tuned into the size of the balls and the ghost ball because I've played so much pool lately that this shot looks like just a straight in shot because I'm not using any side spin, and I'm just going to lock that cue ball right on that ball and just see the track going right to the hole. I mean, this looks terrifying, but I just don't feel scared on these because I've done a ton of them lately.
Well, talking about break shots, I think you've kept statistics, or Doug has been meticulous about keeping notes and statistics on everything that you've been doing.
Yes.
And this is your 3rd attempt? Or
fourth. This was the 4th actual full-blooded, like, month-long attempt. Boy, that was a nice shot there.
And I know he kept statistics on how many break shots you shot and how many break shots you missed.
Well, we guesstimated, and this number sounds kind of phony, and I wouldn't bet my life it's true, but it's real close. We've guesstimated that I shot in about 4,000 break shots in this year, and that I missed, we think I've missed 9. I would say it has to be more, and it has to be like 13 or 14, but very few.
Way under 100.
Oh, yeah, under like 20.
Under 4,000 break shots.
Yeah, I missed under 20. I mean, and I've never ducked. I mean, I'm going to shoot at every break shot. And that's something that, I think, now in Phoenix, there was many times where I got frustrated, and for fun to start an inning, I would start my break shot way back on the back rail, like 8 inches off, and I missed some of those because I'm talking break balls where I like tried and I put the cue ball up close and what have you. But out of 4,000 break balls, the best I can guess is I missed between 9 and 15 of them out of 4,000, and I think that's a pretty good number.
You think that's a pretty good number?
It's a number that I won't get credit for because people talk about, well, straight pulls, easy shots, but really, those break shots are number. And again, these are big pockets, and I get that, but
that's law of percentages.
Law of percentages, right?
I mean, that figure's so huge in your ability to put these giant numbers together.
Part of that,
never. I mean, that's as close to saying never as you can get. To never miss break balls.
Well, that's a byproduct of, though, getting on good break balls because I know what I'm doing. Now, a guy that doesn't know how to play straight pull would have such hairy-looking break balls that he's going to miss more, not because he doesn't shoot super straight, but because nobody can make the break shots when you get bad on them. But I tend to get pretty good on the break shots, so that's a helper.
Right.
But yes,
so strong.
Out of 4,000 break shots, I don't think I missed over 15 of them, and that's something I'm obviously kind of shocked at and proud of.
That's an astonishing number.
That is a good number. That was tough. Now, this is kind of interesting. I guess the 5's a little low, but the 8's the key ball. Now I'm sweating a skid there because I was coming across that ball.
Well, you're coming down that line awfully
close. That was nice. Now
awfully
pinch this in and just slide over a little bit. There we go. So there's 112. It's funny you run 112, and then I got to tell you, one day, about 4 days before this, Doug and I are driving home. And Doug's got a great sense of humor. He's a funny guy, but he delivers it with a real straight face. And I'd run 296 was my high that day. And my average is about 290. That's our average high run, is around 290 for this whole month. So I run a 296, and I scratched on the brake, and I was disgusted. And we're driving back to the condo about 5 minutes away, and I looked at Doug, and I said, well, we're on pace, we ran 296, and that's a good run. I'm happy with that. And he just, without blinking an eye, and he didn't look over at me, he's looking straight forward, he goes, that ain't spit. And it was so funny the way he said it, and I was like, really, Doug, that's not spit? He goes, we're playing 500 no count. This 296 stuff ain't going to get it. We're not here to run 296. And he meant it, too, and I was just like, okay, tough crowd. Pretty funny.
You got him spoiled, boy.
Oh, yeah.
Boy,
it's funny. Doug has seen me play more pool than anybody alive. And there's some people that would say they've seen me play a lot of pool, but Doug has watched me shoot in, by my estimation, 80,000 pool balls. 80, and I'm talking, he watches from 5 feet away. He never takes his eyes off what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And he's seen me shoot about 80,000 shots in a year. And
he's convinced you to not shoot a few of them along the way, too.
He has. There's been a few times where him and I will discuss something, and he at least makes me look. And the thing that's funny about him, though, is he's so optimistic, because when I'm playing, he'll just be like, well, just cut this ball in the side, like it's, and I'm like, Doug, I got jacked up, and there's inside English, and like, this is brutal, Now, what in the world do I do here?
I think you got straight in on that. Is that 12, right?
Well, I don't see a shot here. I don't understand. I guess I have to cut this backwards or something. Boy, this rack is tangled up. Oh, wow. No, I am jacked up.
There's a lot more angle than it looks like.
Oh, this is extremely tough. This is a blind cut with English jacked up. Oh, that was a good shot right there.
Wow.
Yep. You don't remember those, when you run a big number, but you're going to have to do something like that. Now, what I think I should do here is go down to the in rail. Or no. Oh, I see what I did. Now I can go into the 8-1 and I have the 15 as insurance. This will serve you well to do it like this. Just medium speed. Just plop it in there. And if you don't get a shot from there, it's just not your day. So I've got the 10 as a break ball or the 4. One thing that'll help the viewers at home too, and something that I find my buddies when they're trying to improve at this, is you guys are spinning the ball too much when you're playing the break shot. Now, I'm not talking about the rack. You can spin the ball you want for that. But when you get on the break shot is such a tough shot that you've got to eliminate the spin if you can get away with it. Just hit high ball, maybe a little low outside. But to be spinning it a bunch is making something difficult even more difficult. So
yeah,
shy away
that's
from the
definitely
spin.
a byproduct of 9-ball players.
Yes.
Is they're used to spinning every ball into the pockets.
Yes.
And one of the things that I noticed as I started taking the game up is that the break shots, a traditional, like this shot, this traditional 10-ball that you're shooting into the corner, you would never shoot this in 9-ball.
With inside or something. Yeah.
No, you would never shoot it at hyper speed
with high ball
because it's a dead scratch.
Well, let's talk about this for a second.
Many of them are a dead scratch. So you just the idea of the shot, you literally play 30 years of pool and you just never would sit down and just practice pounding this angle into the pocket.
You're right. Now, with this break shot, okay, a lot of times I see people say, well, wouldn't you hit this with high inside English and go 2 rails out of the corner? Yes, in a perfect world, I would do that, okay? But you don't get enough return on the investment of spinning it to come 2 rails because you can miss the ball. This shot here I would hit with high left, a little bit of left, so that the cue ball chews towards the rack, and when it hits the end rail, it arcs back into traffic and keeps me from going downstream. So that break shot there, forget the inside English.
The force follow is more of the is
what keeps it. That's right.
Yeah, that's a shot that we're going to see countless times. Is that force follow that allows you to hook around the stack a little bit, plunge into the bottom rail about 6 inches away from the pocket, and duck the scratch.
That's right. That's right.
That's one of the first things.
Now see there. When I was 25 years old, I would have really wanted to go into that 7-1, but I knew from just screwing up so many times, go forward, get the 8, shoot the 7, untie this, untie that. I want to unlock lanes, unlock the balls, and run into the balls at the right time.
No question. People get very impatient in feeling like they need to go into the balls.
I got to open them up now, and you don't. This is a game of
so
unlocking.
Many ways. Yeah, you can figure out systems where you undo that one ball. Now all the other balls go without touching anything.
Well, you're gonna have to touch them a lot of times, but you want to do it where you're not retying up stuff against the rail, and you because opening a cluster of 9 balls, they open better than a cluster of say 12 or 13 because the balls weigh 6 ounces. So do you want to open like 60 ounces or do you want to open 20 ounces of pool balls? So just through experience, you'll figure out when and how to go into them. Now here. It looks like I'm going to have to hit this 2 and hit the 4 and 9, and they'll all open. Oh, no. I'm not sure what I'm thinking here. I would think I have to shoot the 2 here. I don't like something, though.
It seems like the 2 is going to get you good action. You're going to hit a piece of the 8, you're going to hit a piece of the 9.
That's right.
And you're going to end up with a nice little shot.
Yep. There we go.
You actually hit the high side of that 8 a little bit.
Yeah, I was surprised there
Before,
that
I guess
nothing
it
moved.
is.
But now here, let's clear out the pocket. So I don't really have a good break shot yet. The 13 looks like my break ball, and it's quite high. So we're in trouble here. Definitely, this run is coming to a screeching halt right here, and I can see it. If I can get
You've
up
gotta
there and get
on
rid of
these-
this four,
those 2 balls
Yes.
really nice.
Yes.
There you go.
I might even shoot the 13 and then the 9 and push the 4 over. Yeah,
That's what
see,
you're looking at.
Yeah, but believe me, the last thing I want to do when I'm on a run of like 400 is shoot this 13 up in the corner, but it's a necessary evil. So just stop my ball there. That was a nice shot.
Yeah,
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm in trouble because
you're gonna hit the 4
I'm going to
too
hit the
thin.
9.
If you could,
Yeah, I'm not going to even hit the 4. I got to push the 9 over. Ugh, this is no good. That was a good shot. I hit it hard enough to get it to kind of move twice. But looking back at
The
this,
9
oh, I see what I'm going to do. I'm going to shoot this combination. Well, no. Oh, I have to get on the 5. This would be pretty here. This is intricate. I don't even remember this, Jerry. Oh, that was a nice little shot. Oh, I see. Okay, so now we're going to shoot the 9 and just push the 5 towards the pocket, which,
seems like
man, I don't remember this whatsoever. Am I missing the 9? Oh, I see what I did. Good shot. Oh, how'd I hit that one? Okay, that was a good shot because, I
Wow.
mean, obviously position play. I didn't even remember doing that. So there's
so.
one.
There's 140.
40.
Yeah, 10 racks.
And again, it's a position play game. That's.
Let's
you know,
talk a little
the
bit
key.
more about your tempo around the table. We know and people are going to get to see the full arc here because in the beginning you're faster, a little less, you're a little deflated from having
Yes.
just come off a number. Now you're starting at 1 again. So for that first 100 balls, you're playing more careless.
Yes.
And just, sometimes too lazy to even walk around to the other
Yes.
side of the table. Just shoot the one that's right in front of you. Now you're into the $140 range.
Well, it's
And
like
the character
clockwork.
changes a little.
It's like clockwork watching me play straight pool. Here's how I work. It's like the same every time. The first 100 or 200, I play lackadaisical, no pressure. Then I get into my choking stage, or then I'm kind of in the mid range where I kind of try a little bit, but I'm, it's just right. And then I get to the end where I'm on a big run, and I go into meltdown mode where I can barely make a decision. So there's 141. 141 is an odd number. I've had a million runs at 140. Runs end at 141. That's where it seems to always end. You break the balls and you don't get a shot. Law of averages, after 10 racks.
Yeah, there's a lot of squirrely.
I mean, look at here. You got 15 balls all in like a 1.5 foot area, and you got to unlock it somehow. It's but that's the fun of the game. I get a kick out of racks like this, where you have to hit these little intricate position zones, and if you mess it up, you're done. And you, of course, you've ran 100 now 8 times, and you've done it in the last like 6 months. And at 55 years old, you went from never running 100 to doing it 8 times. That blows me away. And that's a progression rate like I did when I first got into it. You are really playing good straight pool. And it's fun to have you do this voiceover with me because you know what you're looking at and you understand the difficulty of the game. And and you get it.
I'm 55 years old, but I'm a product of YouTube.
Right.
Because, I grew up playing 9-ball.
Sure.
Me and you played when you were in your 20s.
Right.
And I was in California. I'd never even
Yeah.
seen 100 balls run.
Well,
There was no straight pool. I always knew to respect the game.
Sure, you knew it was a game.
I
Yeah.
knew all the great champions were all straight pool players. I knew Siegel and Rimpey and
Right.
Nick Varner and all those guys were
Yeah.
straight pool players.
Oh, no.
And they all complained about 9-ball and how lucky it was, and that
Yeah,
straight pool is the real game.
well, sure.
But I never saw it. It was never around it.
Well, it's funny. It's something that I'm very proud of. Breaking this record, when you think about it, I'm from California and been here my whole life. This isn't a straight pull part of the country. So it would kind of be like the equivalent of going to the Swiss Alps and telling the downhill world champion ski team, that there's a ski team that could beat them that lives in Hawaii, where there is no snow. And they'd be like, what? So, I mean, I'm not from the East Coast, If you didn't know better, you'd go, well, John must be from New Jersey or Brooklyn. No, I did this in Monterey, California, where we surf and eat tofu and drive Priuses. Like, this is not the straight pole capital of the world by any means. So I just kind of get a kick out of that, and I think it's funny,
Just for the listeners, just to get a little background, you are from Hesperia, the big thriving metropolis of Hesperia, California. Tell them a little bit about your pool background.
Well, I mean, I started playing pool at Boyce's Billiards in 91 or 92, I think it was. And when I was 18, I just kind of wandered into a pool room one day and thought it was interesting. And the owner was a nice guy and a good player, a semi-pro caliber player. And he kind of took me under his wing and showed me some things. And I found it immediately very interesting. I saw people woofing and gambling and tournaments, and I saw guys walk in with these nice cues that they, I just played with a house cue. I didn't know any better. But I was kind of fascinated with the spin of the balls. I mean, I was a golfer. So you imagine a white golf ball spinning around on a green and making a clean strike with an 8-iron. It felt very similar to me to draw the cue ball back on this green cloth and make a nice, clean, straight strike. So I found the game to be similar. Visually very interesting, all the clicking and spins and the rails, and the game visually just really was great. And I knew nothing, and when I would see a good player that could run a rack and control their cue ball, I just was blown away because I had spent so much time playing golf. I understood how difficult any sport is where you control stuff, and I would see somebody make that cue ball go where they wanted it to go. And I just thought, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. And it really captured my imagination right off the bat. And that's kind of how I got started,
And this was in Hesperia.
Hesperia.
Which Hesperia is smaller than Victorville.
Yes.
Which is the bordering, going up the 15 freeway on your way to Las Vegas.
Yeah. It's right there, 5 miles from Victorville. Where the carjackings are plentiful and the felons are abundant. And, I've been lucky living in the high desert because it's really not one of the nicer areas, and it's kind of crime-ridden. But I've been pretty fortunate in 30 years. Nothing real bad's happened to me, and I'm still here to talk about it. So one day, though, I asked somebody, where are the best players in the world? I don't want to know where the best players in the city are or the state. I want to know where the best players in the world are, and I want to go watch them. And they said, well, you got to go down to Bellflower, Hard Times. So I walk in. I've never been anywhere. And lo and behold, I see like Kim Davenport and Keith McCready and Jack Cooney and Tang Ho and Efren Reyes and Jose Perica. I mean,
and then all the Mexicans.
All the Galindo and Moro and King Kong. I mean, I've never seen nothing like it. This would be like going into a UFC gym, and every UFC world champion fighter you've ever seen on TV is all sitting in this room barking at each other and wanting to play each other and fight each other. And it was mesmerizing, to say the least. And I jumped in head first and learned how to play and gamble and how to conduct myself when I lost and how to conduct myself when I won, how to ask people to gamble. So it was a learning experience for sure.
So you started in 91.
Started in 91.
And then so how long before you started playing pretty good?
Well, that's kind of a funny thing. And what happened was, I'll tell this story, and I think this is kind of a cute little story, but I was working in Tahoe as a busboy, waiter, valet parker, kind of doing all those things, working at a golf course. And this was in probably 94. And a buddy of mine named Hollywood, we called him Ron Larson, says, hey, let's go down to Hill to a place called Euphoria. So I go down there one day with my girlfriend, and I didn't own a cue. I really was just a decent player, I thought. I was a pretty good player. I knew a little bit about pool. And I walk in, and Jeanette Lee's there. And Jeanette Lee asked me to play for $50, a race to 7. And, my girlfriend's like, well, play her. And I said, babe, this girl is like number 4 in the world on the women's tour. I have no chance. So as you can imagine, I get up there scared to death, and I actually win a $50 set against her. And, it meant nothing to her. She really wasn't even trying, but I was trying my butt off. We were a pretty close game. And she, she said something like, well, you want to play my boyfriend, who at the time was Bob Hunter. Well, I had heard of Bob Hunter. I'd seen him in magazines and this and that, Bob Big Game Hunter. And I just was fascinated, like, wow, this little pool room has Jeanette Lee and Bob Hunter, and there were some other players. And so Bob Hunter one day says to me, and I knew nothing. I really knew nothing about pool. He says to me, you want to play a game of straight pool? Well, I didn't know what straight pool was. I'd never heard of it or seen it. I maybe had heard the words straight pool, but I didn't have any concept. And Bob was a great guy, and so he was just trying to teach me. He wasn't trying to rob me. He wanted to play for fun, and I insisted we played for $10, so I thought I should give him $10. So he played left-handed, and we played a 50-point game. Now, here's how pure of a game straight pool is. As you can imagine, I knew nothing about straight pool. I'd only played 9-ball, never seen one pocket either. So Bobby plays me left-handed, a 50-point game. He beats me 50-0, and he ran like a 42 and an 8. And I don't even know the rules.
Left-handed.
Left-handed. Oh, yeah, right-handed, it would have been no chance for me. So he plays left-handed, he beats me, and I'm mesmerized. And I say to him afterwards, I go, maybe I'm not understanding this correctly, but this sure seems like a way more pure game than 9-ball. I mean, every shot was called shot, and when you break the balls, you can kind of control your destiny. You're not limited to if you get a look at the 1-ball. And he laughed because here I was, I knew nothing, and even I could see this was a better pool game. I go, why don't you pros play this? This seems like a better game. And he goes, he just kind of joked like, I wish we did, but we don't. And he didn't explain why, but of course years later I understood, So that was my first experience with straight pool. And then Bob Hunter showed me a few things, and I started playing, and one day, now this was about a year after playing the game and hanging around Bob and getting lessons and learning. One day we're playing a game and Bob breaks the balls and I ran 240 on him. And that was a big deal. I mean, I broke Bob's high run and it was my high run. And Bob, and I'd run over 200 a couple times. So I run 240. And the next day, Bob walks in the pool. I mean, pretty serious guy. I mean, he always was kind of straight-faced. He looks at me and says, listen, I want to talk to you for a minute. And I thought, I did something wrong. I'm going to get chewed out or something. Because, I hung on every word from Bob. Like, whatever Bob said was gospel. And Bob says, listen. He goes, I've been playing 30 years. I've been playing professionally my whole life. And I've seen a lot of things. He goes, I've never seen anybody go from as bad as you were 2 years ago to as good as you are now. I think you could really be one of the greats. And, of course, I laughed because, at the time I got, I'm a busboy. And I'm going, you want me to do what? Quit my job and play pool for a living? He goes, your days of doing minimum wage stuff, he goes, I think you could make a real living playing pool and be one of the top players. And I'm like, you really think so, huh? He goes, yes. So he kind of spurred me on, and I went and quit my job. And the scariest day of my life as a professional player was the first day that I said, well, I guess I play pool for a living. Now, I had like $900 in the whole world, and I'd run over 200, 2, 3, 4 times. And I got Bob Hunter telling me I'm good enough to maybe go out and face the world. And I just, looking back, it was completely insane to me that he was telling me to go quit my job where I had a guaranteed little income. I mean, little income, but it was guaranteed. And go try to play the likes of Rafael Martinez and Buddy Hall and Mike Siegel and Nick Varner and Bustamante and Efren Reyes. I just thought, like, are you insane? Are you going to feed me, Bob, when I'm homeless in a year? Like, what you're asking me to do is impossible. So that is kind of how I got into pro pool and how I got into straight pool. And, it was a terrifying experience, really.
I think that was around the time that me and you met.
Yes, I played you.
That was about
yes.
94 or 5.
Yes. And you know what's funny about that? I didn't come there to play you because I knew I could beat you. I just wanted to see how I would do. I was just trying to learn. I wasn't like, oh, I'm going to go play Jerry McWorter. Yeah. You were a tough game for me, and I don't remember. You probably beat me.
I remember we played $50 sets.
And that was like a big deal. I was just trying to learn.
To 7 or something.
Okay.
And on table 4, it's Sticks and Ventura.
Yeah. And that was the kind of thing.
And I don't remember. I might have beat you out of a couple sets.
You might have.
If I remember.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And I knew I wasn't supposed to.
Well, I don't know about that, but at that time of my life, $50, $100 sets and playing strangers on strange equipment, Bob would tell me on the phone, he's like, that's what you have to do. I mean, you have to go get beat up, and you have to go out there and learn. And I don't even know if I had run the 200s yet, but I know I was a good player playing 9-ball. And I just ran around the state of California playing the best players. And boy, was that a quick, it was sink or swim. You're either going to lose all your money and sleep in your car, or I was going to improve. And I decided to improve because the losing every time sucks.
So do you feel like Bob introducing you to straight pool and what you learned from that really just improved your pool game?
Well, Yes, yes. Here's the reason straight pull helped me so much, okay? I did not have the money or the courage to go gamble with people for giant amounts of money. I mean, if I'd have a couple $1,000s in my name, I could figure out if I was good enough two ways. I could either go play a great player for 500 or $1,000 and maybe lose all my money and starve to death, or I could see if I could run 200 balls. Because here's what Bob told me. He said, look, he goes, the best players in the world can run 100 every day. When you get to where you can run 100 every day like clockwork, you can do it once a day, you can play on tour. Once I got to where I was running 200 every day, Bob said, nobody's going to beat you except like the superstar guys, and even they don't have to win. You're going to beat anybody on the road that's not a full-blown tour winner type player. And even those guys don't have to beat you. They're probably not going to beat you. So it was a way for me to figure out how good I was without losing all my money. And I was also fascinated in the challenge of it and the pressure of it and all that. So straight pull just helped me in a ton of ways, Jerry, a ton of ways.
Yeah, like I say, I from YouTube, I was able to start studying the game, and of course, you taught me,
a ton,
everything I know. But to be able to watch what's going on and study good players,
yes.
And had I grown up playing this game, I would have been a lot better player. Because the cue ball control that it teaches you, and the way the balls react off of each other, and the natural angles of things, I would have been a lot better player.
Well, and it's just funny how it works, but you just through trial, see, when you play 9-ball, there's very few instances playing 9-ball where you're going to shoot a shot and run into a bunch of other stuff. In straight pull, you're constantly controlling the cue ball, the object ball, and what the other balls are going to do, and you see all the reactions that are involved. But the real fringe benefit of straight pull to me, and I think it's true for you or anybody else, it's the only game where, like when I practice and I mess up, I am mad enough to break my cue over on my knee. So, but what that does is it creates a pressure environment without it costing you your life savings. And you don't have to travel. You can just get on a table. Let's say your high run's 84. I guarantee when you near 80 balls, you're going to start getting nervous. And there's going to be tension in your arm. And then what happens is if you start breaking that barrier and you break 80, you start realizing, hey, I can handle the heat. And I know what it feels like when my heart races and my hands sweat and my mouth gets dry. Then when you get up in a tournament in the same scenario, you can actually perform halfway decent. So straight pull for me is simple. I know that when I'm playing the best players in the world and I'm a 400 ball runner, that means I play pull as good as anybody alive in given spurts. You know what I mean? I at least am a good player for long enough to defend myself playing anybody. Because how much better than a 400 is anybody going to do?
Yeah, there's no
so that
400 ball runs by
right.
accident. There's no 200 ball runs by accident.
So it's a way for me to know that I'm good enough to defend myself instead of wondering.
So you're not even talking. I'm talking about the technical end of the game in terms of it.
Well, that too.
In terms of pocketing balls, moving the cue ball around, really precision cue ball control, pattern selection, all those things. But you're also talking about the psychological end of it.
Well, absolutely.
That psychologically it fortifies.
Well, let me give you an example. Here's a perfect example. Let's say you played golf your whole life and you've never kept score, right? Now, one day I say, okay, I want you to start keeping score. And I go, how'd you do? And you go, I shot 59. Is that any good? And I go, well, you just so happen to be the best player in the world. If you'd have been keeping score your whole life and shooting 59 every day, you'd have had the mentality of, I'm the best player in the world a long time ago, but you just found out today because you started keeping score. Now, let's say I've never kept score playing straight pull. I'm like, well, I'm a pretty good player. I don't really know how I stand against other guys. Well, if I'm Mr. 400, then I'm thinking I got to be a pretty good player, and I got to be able to belong out there with the good players and be able to defend myself against the good players. So what it's done is given me the confidence to just believe that I don't have to go back and be a busboy anymore. That's really what I use straight pull for. Now, as far as the patterns and the collisions and the combos and all that stuff, that was a fringe benefit. The biggest benefit to me was just saying, well, Bob Hunter was number 3 in the country. He played on ESPN. He played on Moscone Cups. He won world championships. And his high run was 225, and that's phenomenal. I'm not disparaging it. But if I can run over 200 180 times like I've done, then surely I'm a good enough player to play for a living. Does that make sense? I mean, it's kind of corny, but it worked for me. You know, it worked for me because I've always had doubts. I've always thought, am I good enough to play pool for a living? Well, every time I run a big run, it's my way of telling myself, I think I'm good enough. I think I can pull this off.
Makes sense.
I guess. I mean, it's just kind of the way I've done it. Now here you got, it looks like the 2-ball is a good break shot. When I shoot this 8 though, I really don't want to run into anything over there. So this is kind of a dangerous little shot. I might even shoot the 1-ball just to avoid, but the 1's way more missable. Yeah, see, that's from
You're
experience.
gonna shoot the 1 and stay out in the open and
Yes,
don't
that was nice.
hit anything.
Yeah, you really don't want to run into balls because when they're already separated, the best you can do is keep them separated, but most likely they're going to tie up. So when they're open, don't close them up, you know. And that comes from running into the balls. Okay, so now I'm going to go 5, 9, 12, 2. Now I'm making sure I get the angle here that's just right. Clear out the pockets full of balls.
Yeah, I think this is something that beginning players can easily overlook.
Oh,
yeah. Is you're looking about getting exactly on that 9 the way you want to.
Sure.
And if we think, though, you're just kind of getting the general area.
Oh, wait a minute. What am I doing? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're coming across, get on the 9.
There we go.
And then swing over to get to the 12 ball.
And now I just want about 1 foot of angle, maybe 10 inches of angle on this 12 ball. That's a little flatter than I wanted. I want the cue ball to our left about 3 inches there.
To not
because
have
now
to
I have to
muscle it
kind
all.
of pop this ball and I can get away from me. And I hit it okay, but that wasn't ideal. So now we're on a run of about that's about 220. Let's see, that's well, whatever it is, it's up there. I'm starting to bear down pretty good now. That's 210 right there. Now this break shot here, I have found that when I hit this break shot really hard, that the cue ball comes off the stack and races the 2-ball to the pocket, and it can you know, double kiss the 2 out. So I like to shoot this ball kind of medium speed. I don't think I'll murder this.
Yeah, this is getting on that line of a chaser.
Yes.
Of one that the cue ball is going to chase the 2-ball into that right pocket.
And you can see me just making sure the balls are where they need to be. Now this break shot here, again, you know, shoot 4,000 of these and miss 10. You know, you're what that is a testament to holding still. And I always say this, sounds corny. Pool is a contest of who can hold still the best. The pros do not aim better than the amateur players. We hold more still. Because you guys all aim good. If you didn't aim as good as us, you shouldn't have driver's licenses. So aiming is not the problem. And if anybody disagrees with that, I got an experiment for you. Take a shot and aim it with both hands on the cue and aim your shot. You know you'd make it 100 in a row. Now take your left hand off the cue. You're still aimed exactly the same. You're going to miss the shot because your delivery is going to be all squirrely. So really, the aim is a topic that is just, it's really overvalued. Everybody aims well. It's in the delivery. And the reason I shoot as straight as I do is because I deliver the tip to the part of the cue ball I'm anticipating. It's not so much about the aiming.
So I want to introduce the rack master himself.
The legend himself.
Doug Desmond.
Good afternoon, Jerry.
Afternoon.
Pleasure to be here with you in this legendary event.
So Doug is the one that you're seeing in the screen there, racking the balls. Count? Do you? You probably have a count on how many racks you've racked. How many racks have you racked?
Was about 4,000.
Well, let's say about 4,000. Yes.
You're getting very good.
I know it feels like 8,000.
So, Doug, tell us how you ran into John and how you got involved in this project.
Well, I met John maybe a year and a half to 2 years ago at a small regional tournament, California Billiards in Fremont, California. That's where I met him for the first time. And John was in the Bay Area, and he was also working out of Easy Street Billiards in Monterey, giving some lessons down there. And so I was extremely interested in the opportunity and the prospects of taking some professional lessons from John on straight pool and the fundamentals of the game. So we made arrangements for myself to go down to Monterey one weekend, and I spent my first day, complete day with John, taking professional lessons from him.
Yeah, that was a fun day. I remember that.
Was it straight pull lessons or just general stroke?
Fundamental approach to the game, stance, bridge, grip, stroke, and all the basic fundamentals,
rhythm,
which are
timing,
integral to the game.
So now, where are you originally from?
Well, I was born in San Francisco, California in 1948, but I've lived my entire life in California, predominantly in the Bay Area, Santa Clara Valley, and down in San Diego County for a number of years, too.
So you've been a straight pull fan for many, many years?
Well, absolutely. As a teenager, when I was 19 years of age, I had the privilege and opportunity to play Willie Mosconi at one of his exhibitions out here in the West Coast. Every time Willie gave an exhibition, he would take a local player and play a match or a game of straight pool to 150 points, and then certainly after the game, Willie would do a fabulous trick shot exhibition for the audience. So I had the good fortune and honor to play Willie one game. He beat me 150-17, and not a surprise. Willie's one of the greats of the game and a legendary pool player.
Hold for 1 second. Look at this situation right here. You just opened those balls up and got glued up on that ball. Can you see? I guess you can see that one.
I think I chopped this 14 in, but what I got to watch here is scratching off the 8 right in the left side pocket. Or something, you know what I mean? You got to watch kissing. Now I'm back in line.
So, Doug, you came and took a lesson from John at Easy Street. And then how did you become aware that he was trying to take a frontal assault at this Mosconi record?
Well, Ron had the relationship with Easy Street Pool Hall to play on an exhibition basis, every day for a few hours, so that the customers and the people that were coming into the billiard parlor could see a professional player, doing what he does best. And so John was keeping track of his runs and his high runs, and was trying to, put on a fabulous exhibition for aspiring players so that they could see and learn how to play the game properly and maybe improve themselves. And that really appealed to me, that John was making this concerted effort to generate high run performances, and I saw rather quickly that that's a daunting proposition, and that any help or assistance that John could be provided would really make it easier, if you will, for this constant and consistent effort of trying to achieve high runs. So that's when the racking opportunity became available to me.
So you were driving down from home. You were driving down to work with John just to rack the balls with him.
Well, yeah, for the first couple of weeks, John gave me the privilege and honor to rack the balls for him. And goodness gracious, for an opportunity for me to see such a talent on a first-hand basis day after day was not a problem or an issue for me. I would drive down to the pool hall every morning from the San Jose area and be there bright and early to start the exercise, if you will.
Jerry, let me put that in perspective. He's being humble and gracious. Okay, here. To say that he drove down to rack for me is putting it lightly. Here's what he did. He knocked on the door one morning because we talked on the phone. I said I was going to be at Easy Street, and he came down and racked for me for like 8 hours. Now, he's 71 years old and has a life and a wife and a home and a business and all these things. And he came down and he racked for 8 hours, and it blew me away. And he says to me, "Would you like me to come back tomorrow?" I said, well, I mean, gosh, that'd
Knowing
be great.
you probably said no.
No, but I
Because
just...
you didn't want to put him out.
No, I didn't want to put him out. And also, I had no concept that he lived like 92 miles with traffic. So he would rack 8 hours, 6, 8 hours, and then drive an hour and a half, 2 hours home and get up. He came back and did that back and forth every day for like 20 straight days. Now he invites me to his house for Thanksgiving dinner, and that's when it dawned on me what he was going through, because I thought he was just hitting a freeway and it was 40 minutes. No, there's stoplights and little towns and yada yada. It was a cluster, you know what, for him to get back and forth. Unbelievable what he did. Unbelievable. And that's when I realized this guy's a different animal. And if it wasn't for Doug, I know it sounds cliche to say, oh, I couldn't have done it without you. I could not have done it without him, because you know me pretty well, Jerry. You know that I have a lot of hobbies and I like to do a lot of things, and I'm a spaz, and I'm kind of like all over the place with different things, right? Normally, I would play straight pool for 3 or 4 days and say, okay, now I'm going to go ride my motorcycle. I'm going to go fishing. Doug is like, no. Every day we'd get together and do this, and it was just, he was very focused, very organized. But here's where it really got crazy. Now, the second attempt, he says, I got an idea. Me driving back and forth 100 miles with traffic each day is not going to work. I've got us a little apartment I'm going to rent for a month. Well, you know me, I'm a pool player. I stay at Red Roof Inn and Cockroach Motels. He sends me the address to the place he rented, and I told my wife, I go, you're not going to believe this. We're staying like 800 yards from Pebble Beach Golf Course in this $1 million condo overlooking the ocean, beyond opulent. He paid for it himself, and it wasn't cheap. I don't know what it was, but it was a lot. He bought food. He quit his life in San Jose and left the house and the wife and everything to come down for 30 days and help me break this record. And I was so impressed by his conviction, generosity, work ethic, friendship, the whole 9 yards, as you can imagine. I was really blown away and inspired. Like, if you think I was going to just play 3 hours and go, hey, I'm kind of tired after everything he's done, no way, right? So now I line up the thing in Phoenix a month later. Him and I do it. We live together. We get along like peas in a pod. We have a blast. But I come up short. My high run was 363. I mean, that's halfway to where we're trying to go, right? So now Phoenix comes up. No, I'm skipping ahead to Phoenix. We do it again. We do it again in Monterey. Again, Doug saves the day. Apartments, food, racking, all the stuff that goes with it. Unbelievable. Now we go to Phoenix, and I'm so enamored with Doug's friendship. I called Doug and I tell him this. I said, listen, I've got this gig lined up in Phoenix where I'm going to try to break this record at bull shooters. Now, I've been failing for 45 years. I don't figure to break it, but I'm going to die trying. And I'm going to go down to Phoenix, and I'm going to take my RV and park it in an RV park, and you can come stay with me, not spend $5. I'm going to feed you. I just want you there because you're my pal, and you've been with me on this whole epic journey. Of course, and that's what was my plan. I wasn't calling him to get him to do anything. I just wanted him to, if I break this record and he's not in the room, I'd be sick, right? So he calls me about 2 days later and goes, listen, I got it all figured out. I rented an apartment. I go, you rented an apartment? I was going to take my RV. So, that would have worked, but it wasn't nearly as nice as, so he rents an apartment again and does everything that goes along with that. The food and the apartment and the drives out there, racks for me. 80 racks a day for a month straight. Okay, it's mind-boggling. Now, he's just getting warmed up. So now we go to Monterey. I say, well, Doug, now we're going to do it in Monterey. I'm going to take my RV up there. He goes, nope. I'm renting that same apartment by Pebble Beach. We're doing it right. We're close. I think you can break the record. We're not cheaping it out now. I said, Doug, man, you're spending so much money on this endeavor that I'm feeling the heat to not let you down. And this record was broke like on the 27th, and we were supposed to get out of the apartment on like the 4th or 5th of the next month. So I had like 5 playing days left out of 100 playing days. So when people say I had no pressure, I had no opponent, I had all these bills. I had my buddy Doug spending all this money, this team behind me. I've never felt so much heat in my life. So when I say I could not have done it without Doug, I really mean it. So thank you, Doug. Well, you made a huge contribution to the sport.
No question.
And to me.
No question.
And to history. No. Could not have been done.
So from the very beginning, when Doug was in there just driving back and forth, you guys were videotaping all day long also.
Yeah.
And tracking. And then I know Doug is a statistical guy. So
yes.
All this time he was keeping records of the runs and how you were progressing.
Yes. He documented all my 200 ball runs, 300 ball runs, 400 ball runs, 500 ball runs, 600 ball runs. Would you like to hear about those runs? Because Doug has it all documented.
Well, we did have 4 challenges and phenomenal results on a incremental basis. John would always increase his high run from challenge number 1, which occurred our first time in Monterey, to challenge number 2. Later in Monterey,
So
challenge
each of
number
these
3.
challenges are 30-day blocks, 30-day
Approximately
periods.
30 days, with rest days salted in there, of course. We played actually a total of 79 playing days with all 4 challenges. And with the 79 playing days, we had about 21 rest days salted in there. So that was the magnitude of the challenge, about 100 days or over 3 months of actual in-camp playing. And in that 79 days, playing days, John had in excess of 161 runs, over 100 balls, or between 100 and 200. And in terms of 200 ball runs, again, that's the range from 200 to 299, he had 52 runs. That's phenomenal right there, 52 runs in the 200 to 299 ball range. In the 300 ball range, from 300 to 399, John had 18 runs in that 300 ball range. In the 400 ball range, Mr. 400, John added 5 additional runs in the 400 ball range, from 400 to 499, to the 2 he had previously accomplished years ago. So John had a total of 7 runs in the 400 ball range, and certainly that doesn't include the magnitude of this run that we're looking at today, and have the good fortune to look at his 626 ball run.
Nice.
Doug, one of the things that we used to talk about is that those numbers are off the charts impressive, but they don't have near of the power of breaking Willie Mosconi's record. Beating that 526 was the goal.
That was the goal.
So being the guy that has run the most 400s in the world, nobody was going to remember.
Well, they should, because I believe the body of work that John produced in the year and 2 months was actually more phenomenal than just the 600 ball run.
I agree.
And I'm not insulted by that at all.
That body of work
always felt that.
is unmatched. I don't think there's been any other professional player that has ever posted 2 runs in excess of 400.
Nobody alive today.
And so for John to have 7 runs at 400 plus this epic run we have the privilege to look at today of 626 balls is, I call it alien. It's not a human achievement. It's an alien achievement, if you will. And
well, I think another thing for folks to remember is, for example, Steve Miserak was thought of as one of the greatest straight pull players,
absolutely.
legendary
He
straight
was.
pull players ever.
Absolutely phenomenal.
And his lifetime high run was what 440?
440, yes.
440 was his lifetime high run. You
Yes.
broke that 5, or you've been in that 400 category. How many? 8 times
8
now.
times, yeah. You know, and okay, I have taken a full assault on this record, and so that's going to give me the opportunity. But, you know, in fairness to Steve and myself, and really myself especially, I mean, I've played one pocket for the last 20 years, not straight pull. I think a lot of people figure I played straight pull every day or something. I mean, in the last 10 years, I haven't played straight pull 7 times. I just don't get, it's not that I don't want to play it, but there isn't a table conducive to breaking the record, so I don't bother. You know, it'll be some tight diamond or some old cloth. It's very rare that I look at a table and I go, holy cow, this has got new cloth, big pockets, polished balls, dry air, it's level, good lighting. You know, like, I just don't get all those conditions. And neither does Mosconi or Miserak, and all that has to come together. But I do think that, ironically enough, the fact that I had 7 runs over 400 was the same reason that I didn't believe I could run the 526, because, I mean, I know what I go through physically, mentally, and statistically to get over 400. But it always seems to come up short. I mean, the day that I ran this run, if people start to notice, if they ever watch this run a few times, yeah, I get in a little trouble here and there, and I have to make some great shots, but I never have to shoot a bank or a masse or a kick in or a really low percentage crazy. I mean, the balls just cooperated for once out of 20,000 tries. This is as close to the balls fully cooperating with what I want them to do for 44 racks in a row, which is something that I thought was truly impossible.
And what is even more dramatic about John's accomplishment is this 626 balls were achieved on a table with much larger playing conditions. This is a championship 4.5 by 9 foot table. Willie accomplished his 526 on a 4x8 Brunswick exhibition table.
And that's a great point, Doug. And I do not want to go on a negative tangent here, but I will say this because this is a video that I think some straight pull players are going to watch. If nobody remembers anything from this run, remember this, and you can bet your life on this. Straight pull is harder on a 9-footer than a 4x8. People will say, well, the 4x8 has more clusters. That is just flat out wrong, not true. And I'm tired of being nice about it. I'm tired of going, well, no, it's just dead wrong. I'll bet my life on it. And if anybody wants to play on a 9-footer while I play on a 4x8, we can match numbers. And I'm talking anybody breathing. So this whole thing that a 4x8 is tougher is hogwash. I'm sick of hearing it. And I just would really like people to understand that that's just not the case.
That discussion is usually made by people that have never run 50.
Right.
Yes. It's if there's anybody that should be an authority on how this straight pull thing works, I think I have to assume it's you.
Well, I'd like to think I kind of understand the game, and it's real simple. I mean, we can talk about, there's more clusters on a 4x8. And Phil Capel wrote a great article about this one time. And he basically explained, if you think about it, there's one cluster at the beginning of every rack. It's when the balls are all racked up. So before you ever hit a rack, to run 100 balls, I'm going to have to deal with 7 full-blown clusters. You think those are easier to deal with on a 4x9 or a 4x8? When the break shot's closer to you, you can reach it better. But let's talk about the cluster theory. Let's say there is more clusters on a 4x8, which there's not. There's actually not, because you're going to break the ball so much better on a 4x8, you explode the rack. But let's just say there is a few more clusters. They're so much easier to deal with. The tangent line control is simpler. The running into the balls and drawing over and hitting a cluster is easier. And then the return shot after you hit a cluster, and the shot that you have to make that's up the rail or over into the side pocket is going to be shorter and closer to you. So the clusters, even if they do happen more often, which I don't think is the case, they're so much easier to deal with on a 4x8 that it's absurd. It's like saying, well, a golf course is harder from the white tees because you're more near the out of bounds. Like, are you insane? or something. So, or saying that, playing basketball on a 6-foot high rim would be tougher because you could jump up and hit your head on the rim accidentally. On a 10-foot rim, that would never happen. So I just cannot believe that this is something I even have to argue about or explain. But it is. And believe me, there's people that are adamant that it's harder on a 4x8. And I don't mean to be rude, but you're just flat out wrong. And I guarantee it. And
have you had a chance to play much
absolutely.
on a 4x8?
I played on a 4x8, and it's like I could swallow the cue ball and shoot it out my ass and run 400. It's a joke. It's a joke compared to a 9-footer, if you really want to know the truth. So,
that's
it's
quite
just something.
A visual.
Well, it's something that we've been arguing about for years, and I've just had enough, and I'm kind of glad I broke it on the 9-footer. But now people are saying, well, he played on the 9-footer because it's easier. I mean, you got
that's people that can't run 30.
Yeah, they just don't know.
They don't have a clue.
And in fairness, they just don't know any better. Hopefully my little rant here cleared that up. And, I'm not an expert on too much, but this is one thing where I feel like I have enough experience to tell the truth. And I'm telling you guys the truth. The 4x8's easier. Clusters and all. So, I'll go back to being nice now. I got fired up.
You got that
out of my system, but I got to tell you, it's something that really bugs me.
I want to talk a little bit about the equipment. You kind of gave a list of parameters. Mm-hmm. You're talking about new cloth and polished balls and generous pockets and all of those things are really important. And one of the things that you keep mentioning is a really level table.
Yeah, absolutely.
A table, it's really got to set up to where it plays right.
Oh,
because
yeah.
you have to be able to, there's slow roll balls.
Yes.
To play this game, you have to have the whole range of shots at your disposal, or you're not going to play safe. So running balls is different than playing in a game.
Yes.
And you have to be able to really trust the equipment.
Oh yeah, a table has to be level, and I'm just trying to replicate. We're trying to break a world record, so we're going to say, well, what did Willie do it on? Well, he did it on new cloth, polished balls, and bigger pockets. And in 526, phenomenal run. But you're not going to do it on 4 1/8 inch pockets with old cloth and wet air and unpolished balls. Your high run's going to be 86. So it's all relative.
If you're
a great player, right? So yes, the first thing you'll notice is these pockets are 5 inches. Now, in defense of this table, the bottom 2 pockets that you're looking at here, they look a foot wide. But if you look at Doug's hands when he's racking the balls or the pool balls, they look like grapefruits out there. The camera's so close to the table, it distorts the pockets. Because I've had people ask me, and they meant it sincerely. They go, are these pockets like 6 inches wide? They're right exactly at 5 inches, but they look bigger from the camera angle.
Okay, Doug, I want to ask you about the historical context of what we're accomplishing here. And so can you tell us a little bit about the original run that Willie Mosconi did?
Well, absolutely. It was a fabulous evening. It occurred on March 19th, 1954 in Springfield, Ohio. The name of the billiard parlor was East High Billiards, and it was on a second-story building above Rico's Sporting Goods in Springfield, Ohio. And Willie gave an exhibition, as he typically does with his trick shots and everything. And then he played a local pool shark by the name of Earl Bruni, Jake Bruni, who was a water department employee. He was approximately 48 years of age, Jake was. Willie at that time was 40 years of age when he achieved the run of 526 balls. So the run started with safes back and forth. Bruni scored 3 balls and missed the 4th ball. And then Willie's legendary run admittedly lasted 4.5 hours. Willie missed the 6th ball in the corner pocket of behind the rack break shot at approximately 12:50 a.m. the next morning. So it was a fabulous evening. The pool table was a Brunswick exhibition table. Exposition, a oversized 4x8. The oversized dimension was 46 by 92 inch plain surface. And 50 witnesses signed the handwritten affidavit on the pool room stationery, and the affidavit today is now part of the Smithsonian Museum archives. So it was a fabulous achievement, a legendary achievement. But now today we have the privilege and honor to witness John Schmidt exceed that legendary mark and run 626 balls. And again, just to remind everybody, in John's career, he's had 300 ball runs. He's had over 31 times, and 400 ball runs 8 times. So today he skipped the 500 threshold in its entirety, and today we're able to enjoy and witness his legendary run of 626 balls on a 4.5 by 9 foot table.
Right on.
Yeah, skipping the 500 threshold is funny. I remember telling John literally a few days before when I was spent a couple days with you guys up there. I said I thought the good news and the bad news is, the good news is we were all very confident that he's going to break this record, as daunting as it was. But I felt the bad news was that the way that it trended, that he was probably going to get into the 500 number a few times before he got over that hurdle, just because psychologically the way that it just kind of convincing yourself that you can do it, and it just seemed to be that the numbers just kept geometrically growing to where his runs were getting higher and higher, but that massive leap was just...
I couldn't have taken it, Jerry. I'm telling you, if I would have ran 508 and dogged the break ball or something, I might have thrown in the towel. I'm telling you, the 490, when I missed that break ball 490, I didn't sleep or eat right for a couple days. I was so disgusted, so mad.
Well,
so hurt.
let me give a
It
little
was just
context to
rough.
that. I want to come back to that, but let me talk to Doug about it. Just a couple other things here. That pool room, did it have how many tables was the pool room in Springfield, Ohio?
Well, it wasn't that large a room. I'm hearing approximately 15, 16 tables. And, the people might want to know why Willie played on a 4.5 by 8 foot table that evening.
4x8.
4x8. And the reason is all the 4.5 by 9 foot tables were manufactured by another company other than Brunswick. And Willie was employed by Brunswick at the time, and he felt it very important and consistent for him to give his exhibition on a Brunswick table.
That makes sense.
And there were approximately 6 of the exposition tables, Brunswick exposition tables, in the room at the time. So Willie, at the last minute, made a decision to honor his employer, Brunswick.
Absolutely, yeah.
And play the exhibition on an exposition table 4x8.
Now, this record has stood for 65 years. And I think, again, I'm repeating what he said a little bit earlier, is that when you're playing straight pool, every time somebody gets up, they're trying to run as many balls as you can.
Sure.
So for people to say, oh, well, John is really trying to break this record. If anybody else was trying to, maybe they could have done it too.
Right.
Every time Mike Siegel got to the table, he was trying to run 600 balls.
Of course.
There's no mistaking about it.
And you know why?
When those numbers get huge, nobody walks away.
Well, not only that, you know why that's true? Is because you can ask any pro in the world what's your high run. They instantly know, which means they keep track, which means every time you play, if it's conducive, like you can keep going or you're practicing, you're going to try to run as many as you can. Wow, this shot right here is at like 294. I don't shoot that. Surely I cut the 6 in. I must cut the 6 and then play the ball on the side for the break ball. Yeah.
This is about as ugly as it gets.
Oh, this is super ugly. No, you're absolutely right. Now, this is a ton of left-hand English aimed to the thin side of the pocket because you're going to get a lot of deflection. I hit it in there just enough to make it. Boy, that was a nice shot. And that's at about 290 right there, 292. So as you can imagine, I was happy to make that.
I think it's fair to say, too, Jerry, that this was admittedly an exhibition high run. There was no designated opponent that John was playing against, but I don't think that favorably describes the environment in the situation. I think John did, in fact, have an opponent, a significant opponent, and it was Willie Mosconi and his legendary high run that was his opponent that he was trying to achieve.
Been in that shadow, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I had every pro player's high run as my opponent. I had the road expenses that were accruing. I had my own self-doubts and my own career on the line. I knew that this could help me and my career and my loved ones, and so I felt a lot of pressure. People scoff and say, well, there's no opponent, no pressure. The funny thing is, I've never felt so much pressure, and I've played $20,000 and $30,000 and $40,000 money matches. I've been on 2 Mosconi Cups. I've been in the finals of major titles and been lucky enough to win a U.S. Open 9-ball, and I was nervous as could be. I'm kind of a high-strung player anyway. When I neared this 526, I was bordering on a heart attack. I really could not think straight because I just thought my whole life is right in front of me right here. Don't screw this up.
Okay, let me backtrack a little bit because it was a week before that you had a run of 490.
And I completely fainted. I shot a break ball at 490 that I'm going to make. If it's at 80, I'm going to make it every time. And the pocket, as I drew my cue back, I swear to God, the pocket looked like a dime slot on a Coke machine. It's like my heart was racing, my mouth was dry, my hands were sweaty, and all the stuff. And I'm telling you, I drew this cue back, and my timing went all to hell. I just couldn't. And I told Doug, I said, I am not going to be able to run the 500 because I'm going to dog it. I said, I'm feeling so doggish around 500, I can't even draw my ball a foot. Like I'm just hitting stop shots.
Well, I tell people this is as a joke because it's hilarious. That you told me, years ago, that everybody kind of has their threshold of playing straight pool, you get to a certain number where your high run is, and you start to get a little nervous,
tight,
and you
yeah.
start to get. And you told me that you tend to get a little wobbly around 300.
Yeah, that's when I start going, oh man.
Yeah, but when you tell that to mere mortals, that's hilarious. Because, you know, everybody else is saying, well, around 40 balls or whatever, they start feeling like they're going to run some balls. Your threshold is 300. Well, you got past that threshold.
Yes, the threshold's now 400.
You worked your way through running so many balls so many times past that 300 where you're not getting the high-speed wobbles.
Yes.
That's why I told you. I thought the bad news is that you're probably going to get into that 500 realm a few times.
I was dreading that. You said that kind of jokingly, and you meant it, and you were right. And I told Doug, I said, my heart can't take it. I can't miss a break ball 517.
Okay, so
I might never be able to play straight pull again.
While we've got Doug here, I want to backtrack a little bit and talk about that 490 run that you had. Was it a week earlier, or how much earlier?
It was exactly 12 days before this legendary run that we're watching. It occurred on May 15th, 2019. And it was a long day for John because prior to the 490 balls that he ran on that day, he had 4 runs in the 100-ball range. His first run was 112, missed, started fresh. Second run, 127, missed, started fresh. Third run, 171, missed, started fresh. And his fourth
third inning. I did those 4 in a row.
4 innings in a row. Then his fourth run was 141 balls, missed, started fresh, whatever fresh means at that point.
Which to him is demoralizing.
Yeah.
If he can't get past $150, he feels like,
And then he runs 490 balls at the end of the day.
Okay, so what happened at that? Okay, wait, this is what I want to tell you. Now I remember. We did commentary on that run, if I recall. I think that
so.
tape is available of that 490. I remember a shot coming up at about, not at 490, but a shot that came up at about 450 in that range.
Yeah.
And it was a shot that you wobbled into the pocket.
Yeah.
And I remember feeling like at that time, it really felt like your crest just dropped, and you felt vulnerable. You almost missed a ball, and it was a ball you weren't supposed to miss.
Right.
And I felt like that was what dampened your confidence. So when you got to the 490, which was only a couple of racks later, you were already shaky.
Yeah, I was way shaky.
Because you already felt like, you're getting high speed wobbles. You're getting into
decelerating.
You're getting into the range, and you're afraid you're going to dog it.
Yes.
And this that's what I think when the 490 came along, that's where the
yeah. Okay, there's 308 right there. And we're going to clean the balls because, they get hand oil on them and chalk all over them. And I'm just cleaning the balls. And I mean, normally in a tournament, you clean the balls maybe every match. So to run 308 without them being cleaned, we hadn't cleaned them the first 2 innings. So the balls, I've shot about 500 balls, and they're due for a cleaning. So we're going to clean them. Gives me a chance to wash my hands and take a little break. And
so Doug is marking the balls there meticulously and perfectly marking the balls, and I want to say that is something that we've picked up from the European players.
Yes, smartly they do it too.
Yeah, playing snooker, they, in the middle of matches, if there's a hair on the ball, there's a spot on the ball, there's something, they mark the balls, and that's something that growing up playing pool, I never, ever, ever, ever saw.
Right.
You never picked up the balls or touched the balls.
Right.
But the advent of the European influence on the game is that's now become a very common and a very intelligent thing. A skid or a hop or some kind of screwy thing that ruins your run is the last thing you want to see. So there's your high-tech ball cleaner.
Big money. I spent like $33 building that, and it does a nice job. I mean, the balls, they run in the carpet, and the carpet gets the chalk off the balls, and I run that for a couple minutes, and it's also just a way to let me kind of just relax for a minute and have a break and maybe eat some trail mix, wash my hands. Because now I'm to the point where, see, the funny thing is, okay, I'm on a run of 308. Now think about this. We're not even halfway there. We're not halfway there. And I've had to dodge a million break shots that didn't scratch, skid, hook, treetop. We covered all that. So it's funny. All of my friends say they thought I could break this run. And I, like would have bet my life I couldn't do it, because I said, even if the balls will cooperate one magical day where I get near 500, my arm's going to fly off my body shooting the break shot. I mean, I felt so like, you know, you guys that are watching this are pool players. Have you guys ever been hill for 500 or in the finals of a tournament and you literally cannot play at all because of the nerves? That's how I feel from about 400 to 626. I mean, the last 200 balls, I'm just a mess. I don't have my touch. I don't have my feel. My aim is sketchy. I mean, my
Your
breathing,
mind is just playing
I'm
tricks
just
on
like
you.
my mind's playing tricks, and I'm worried and fretting about everything. And looking back, knowing that how I felt internally, I just cannot believe I pulled it off, because I felt so doggish that I told Doug, I said, the only way I can pull this off is if like every break ball is just a ball in hand 1-footer. And even then I might rail drive it. So to me, this whole thing was just a giant hurdle mentally. And, you know, it was just a test against pressure, because some people this doesn't matter to, but this mattered a lot to me. And I wanted to break this run.
Doug, let me ask you a question about your role as you call yourself the rack master, but you really are more of a corner man and a coach in this scenario. One thing I've pointed out from time to time, and I want to say that preface my remarks with this: when people are in the room and you're on these giant runs, people are very surprised at how casual and conversational the atmosphere is. You're up at 250, 270, even to 300, and you're talking to people, and you're walking around, and you're talking about, oh, look at, oh, bumped into that ball. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, now, so like I got it. You're kind of commentating a little bit, and you may be talking about a movie. You can be talking about anything. People would think that this is deathly serious and just every moment of concentration. That's not it at all. You know,
Yeah.
there's a looseness to it that kind of that surprises people, and it's again because you've been to that top of that mountain, that far up the mountain so many times.
Yeah.
But Doug, this is what I want to ask you. You are in the position where he respects completely what your opinions and the way you're viewing what's going on. Is there times where you feel like you need to interrupt his flow and stop him and make him walk around and concentrate? Or do you feel like I'm going to be a fool if I stop him? I mean, you must be in that quandary from time to time.
Well, it's extremely difficult to interrupt the flow that John is involved in at the time. And it's especially critical once we get into the high numbers, 300 plus. We're in 300 at this point now on the video. And once we get into those high numbers, 300 and 400, it's an atmosphere I like to call we're in thin air. And the atmosphere in the room is just really getting gradually and incrementally more intense, rack after rack after rack. And for example, when that miss occurred at 490 balls, I mean, the intensity in that room is undescribable. Okay, there's so much energy and so much effort.
But we're both trying to act like it's not happening. It's like being in a foxhole in war, and you know you could both die, but you're making jokes.
We're being quiet.
Yeah.
Maybe a baseball analogy: when an ace pitcher, an elite pitcher, is throwing a no-hitter, he's completely and totally,
Nobody's telling him, hey, you're going to throw a no-hitter.
completely and totally ignored by all the members in the dugout.
That's right.
So this is we're approaching these high numbers right now, where the intensity level is increasing dramatically, rack after rack.
But there are times when you kind of distract him and make him walk across the room or go wash his hands, or you'll suggest washing the balls. Or
We try to do that if John is comfortable with it. Sometimes he likes to wait for the next rack because he's got a good break ball at that point and wants to move into that next rack. So we'll talk about it and find that moment, that sweet spot, if you will, where John is extremely comfortable.
Yeah. And here's a perfect example of needing a level table. If you had a table that dove right there, it's see you later, you know? Yeah, no, Doug, you were really good about, you know me so well as a person and a player, you're really good about just kind of knowing when to let me do what I'm doing. And then there's times where you just give me a pep talk, or, I mean, you're just a good cornerman, and you're a good player yourself, so you understand when I have a tough shot, when I don't. You know when to interject and talk, because you know when I'm froze to a rail or using inside English. I mean, you understand what you're looking at, and like Jerry says, I seem casual, and it's my nature because I'm talkative and outgoing. But at the same time, there does come a point in this where I'm borderline terrified, where I just just don't want to mess it up.
Another thing to establish the integrity of the run too is, Jerry, there's really no coaching on my part or anybody else's part in the pool room when this occurs.
Yeah.
I mean, John's flying solo and he's on his own energy and on his running his own motor, if you will.
That was a terrible shot. Yeah.
There's your famous left Duke
Well,
shot.
I was trying to stay close to those balls. I almost froze it over on the rail. Yeah, I just don't play good left-handed. Sure don't. But we're over 300 now, and this is where Doug and I kind of go into this. We don't even want to look at each other and acknowledge the fact that, like, this could be the day. But I know we're both thinking, this could be the day, And so it's just an odd, like, thing,
So, Doug, when he missed that at that 490 on a shot that was a break shot, which, I mean, we already talked about this. 4,000 break shots he's hit, and he's literally missed a handful. I mean, what are I know you got to get out your calculator, but what are the percentages of, let's say, generously you missed 20 of them in 4,000?
Even that's a high number.
That's a high number. So what was the feeling like when you missed that?
Well, that was a disappointing shot. I mean, how many balls was he away from the record at 490?
Yeah, exactly.
37.
37 balls.
5 minutes away.
And
from
it's
greatness.
very disconcerting and very disappointing, if you will, to lose your opportunity, on a shot that typically John's extremely capable of making,
See, there's some things too I don't really want to talk about, but there was some financial bonuses and incentives and things for my career. I'm supporting myself and my wife by swinging a pool cue, and when I get in a spot where I'm 5 minutes away from making a nice sum of money, 5 minutes away for doing something that's going to further my career, and I completely choke my brains out, and I let my wife down and my dad down and myself down and Doug down, and I mean, it's a feeling of disgust and contempt and
you lose
sadness.
sleep.
It's literally like hard to put into words because this means more to me than anybody on earth. And when I shoot a break ball right into the rail that I know I can make at 50 balls in my sleep, it was 110% the pressure. I 110% choked, and I 110% take all the blame. There was, it is like, it skidded or the door opened. It was me.
But to repeat what I said a few minutes ago, I felt like the culprit in that run was 30 balls earlier.
Yeah.
There was a ball that undermined your confidence.
You're right. That's observant of you.
And it showed up later on.
Well, you're
because
a great
you were
player.
feeling
you know
invincible.
That feeling. You know that feeling of you're running that rack hill and you hit the 4-ball bad, or you maybe draw back a foot shorter than you meant to, but the crowd don't know it, but you know it.
You know it.
And now as you get to the next little intricate position, hill, you're ready to have a coronary.
Well, this is the way I look at it. Is when you're playing high level pool, you're trying to get yourself into that zone where your concentration is heightened and it's accurate and it's clear, but you're loose.
Right.
And you know you're walking that razor's edge, because if you go too far to the loose side, you bump right into careless.
Right.
And if you go too far into the analytical side, you bump into paralysis. Your your stroke freezes up and you start coming up short and yipping.
You're right.
So you have to hit that balance. Now, I think that's what's so amazing is to people is that with these monstrous high runs is you're able to get yourself into that zone that is the most productive and stay that way for hours. Now I'm gonna ring your bell one more time here. Just talking statistics as we got Doug here. I guess it was 2 months ago. Well, what do we call them? We'll call it. What are these groups called?
Challenge 1.
Challenge 1.
Yeah,
okay, I think it was Challenge 2, where through the statistics. Doug, what was the statistics when you guys went back and looked at 11 innings, and you looked at the statistics of 11 innings, and you averaged 174.
Yeah, that was the best pull I've ever played in my
For
life. And
11
nobody knows
innings in a
about
row.
that because nobody's ever seen that. They just heard about it on Facebook. But I walked in. I'll never forget it. I didn't break the record that day, and it was just another ho-hum day at work on the pool table. But I walked in that day, and we took 11 tries. And of the 11 tries, I had a 28 and a 70. The other 9 innings were over 100s and 200s, and I finished the day with a 353. So I averaged 174 per shot for 11 straight innings, and I think it's the greatest pool I've ever played for a 6-hour window in my life. I had 2,069 balls in 11 innings taken, and I took the calculator out and I took 2,069. I divided by 11 because that's all the tries I took that day, and I said, "Wow, Doug, we averaged 174.3 today." Yet I mentioned it on Facebook, and like 3 people liked it, and nobody really noticed it. And I'm getting a lot of credit for this run, and I'm proud of it. But the 174 per inning is cute for 3 innings, but when you do it over 11 innings, man,
That's
that'll get
ridiculous.
it. That's kind of ridiculous. Yes, I ran 100 like 9 straight innings, 100 or more, straight
Yeah.
shot. And I've never done that before. And like I said,
So again, I'm thinking about that zone of hitting that zone where your concentration is perfectly in line and you're not bumping into careless and you're not bumping into stiff. And to be able to hit the balls so accurately into the pockets to where your speed control is so accurate.
Yes.
That's what's astounding about
it's a
all of this.
culmination of just I gotta have good equipment and I gotta have good conditions and big pot and all that. But I think that I have subconsciously over the years figured out a way to maybe light up like a part of my brain that's conducive to doing this without knowing it. Like there's a part of your brain that's good at focus or something, or good at compartmentalizing what I'm doing, because when I'm playing, like, it's weird. I'm here now this week at Lusardo's and we're having wine and friends over, and my concentration has not been good. I mean, I've been running runs, but when I was doing this thing with Doug here, I mean, I just wasn't thinking about nothing in life except this. And I was so close to attaining the dream, but I couldn't do it. But I just think that, like, there's something in my brain from doing this so many times that I was able to like switch on a mechanism that makes me be able to get into a super like state of, I don't know what it is, but it's a different feeling than when I'm in a tournament. I'm not comfy, or I'm not, this was one of those things where like a whole parade of people could walk by me right now and I wouldn't even notice them. Like, I'm really in the zone, as they say. I mean, I'm at like 350 here, and just the clicking of the balls and the sound and the spins and the sound of the chalk and all of it almost seems to be like hyped up in my head and more sensitive or something. It's a strange thing.
On a practical level also, Jerry, the thing that I always looked at for these extended runs is John's ability, certainly to make the break ball, which he always does, but to survive the break after the balls are scattered, because so much negativity can pop up with that large cluster, as they say. You can get stuck easy, you can scratch off the rack easy, and once he's successful out of the break shot, then I feel very comfortable about that rack.
Now the viewers might notice me touching the rack here and asking, well, what is he doing? I thought this Sardo rack was so great.
We'll talk more about that in detail. Yeah, but tell them about.
Well, basically, Lou Sardo taught me that I just feel the balls, and if they feel dead, I don't see them rock, and I can feel the weight of them, then, the rack's tight. And this rack was perfectly tight. But I'm just double checking, so I'm not fixing the rack or having to fix gaps. There was no gaps. But Lou just said if you touch them and you just don't feel anything, they feel dead, then they're really tight. You don't even have to look. And so that's what I was doing. And because I'm to the point now where, I don't want to get a slug rack. But the Sardo rack racked the ball so amazing that it gave me a chance to shine.
It's so critical to get a good spread, a good yield after a nice break shot.
Sure, absolutely. So here you hit this with a little high left because I want the cue ball to turn back towards traffic right there. Well, that one didn't. It kissed off and went to the right.
There was a little bit of force follow there.
There was a little bit,
Not much. Psychologically, let me talk about one other thing. These different challenges, these month-long periods that you spent 5 days a week, you'd take 2 days off, 2 rest days, and and your numbers kept increasing, but it could have very well likely been that you had a monster run like that 490, and then things started going downhill. Your confidence could have gotten eroded. You could have started slipping, and then feeling even farther in the hole that you're not going to be able to do it, and having to overcome that. That could have happened. You know,
it's funny you say that, Jerry. Have you ever heard a pro golfer say, I remember Annika Sorenstam when she was #1 in the world, she goes, I was very shy, I'm from Sweden, and the first couple times I had a chance to win a tournament, I dogged it off on purpose because the thought of giving an acceptance speech was so terrifying. I swear, subconsciously, there was points in my thing here where I almost said, like, if I get on a big run, I have to deal with that break ball at 504, that break ball at 490. It's almost easier to just miss something at 350 and wonder, instead of having to deal with my demons of shooting that break shot and that long shot and going down in history as the biggest dog who ever lived, who missed a hanger because of the pressure. Because the nerves and pressure that I felt at 490, you think would have encouraged me, but it made me realize that, man, to break this record, I am going to have to be so ungodly uncomfortable the last 10, 15 minutes of it. And Roger Long, my buddy from Phoenix, mentioned that. He said the toughest thing is just going to be those last 30, 40, 50 balls. They're going to be like in slow motion. And man, was he right. I'm telling you. I thought it was going to go by like a blur, but it didn't. It went by like a nightmare on rewind.
Oh, well, we're going to
slow-mo.
get there. We're getting closer and closer to
John's
that place.
benefit also that John deserved and earned the right to continue challenge after challenge. Challenge number 1 ended with a high run of 362 balls. A few months later, he came back for challenge number 2, increased it to 434 balls. A month later, he came back for 464 balls, increasing his high run on each occasion. And then he finished on challenge number 4 with that high run of 490, and then 12 days later, the 626. So John had momentum on his side. Each challenge that he embarked on, he'd increase and improve upon.
Doug, would you agree with me that you talk about that tension in the room, and when the air starts getting thick and you're getting to that rare air, thin air, would you agree with me that part of it is the stress that we're all feeling is because he could dog it, flat out dog it at any point and just absolutely undermine his confidence, and could literally take a year to recover from.
If ever.
I mean, yeah. I mean, anybody that's played serious pool knows what it's like to just choke your brains out.
Well, here's the thing about straight pull. Like right there, I made a shot there where I fell underneath the balls. I'm at like 350. Like that took kind of a lot of guts to do that, because that was a lot. And so it's one of those things where, like, if you ever played and it's how you feel when you're hill, every shot feels like it's a hill 9 ball from about 300 on. People scoff, oh no. Well, go run 600 and you'll say the same thing. You go, every ball felt like it was hill. Because you just don't, like this shot.
This is a
Now,
tricky...
this shot in a game of 9 ball, if I miss it, I just giggle. If I miss this right now and came up short, I want to break my cue
you overspin that a little bit, and suddenly you're straight in on that break ball.
Or miss it. Or how about
over.
just miss it, because
Or
you're
miss
spinning
just
it, right?
runs over.
So it's one of those strange games where it just, I'll tell you this, it's the only game when you go to the pro events and you watch the best players in the world. I've watched Alan Hopkins break his cue. I've watched Mike Siegel break his cue. My buddy Bill Moropoulos, who I've known 10 years and I've never seen get mad, punch a hole through his wall. This game will make you nuts. This straight pull, I've seen Darren Appleton smash his hand. I've seen every great player playing straight pull lose their cool.
Oh yeah,
they know what I'm talking about.
And it's one of the things when you learning to play this game, you have to realize you're going to miss balls that are unmissable. You're going to miss balls that are 3 inches from the hole.
And I'm not trying to disparage the guys I just mentioned. I've done it too. I've broken cues playing this game. I've thrown balls across the room and dented walls. I mean, this straight pull can make you batty. And then especially what I'm trying to do, where I'm just literally going, everything short of a world record is a failure. Like, could I bite off any more than that? I mean, that's almost...
Do you know where we are on the count?
The run is at about nearing 400 right now.
Can you see the coin?
252, 66, 282, 308. I'm at about 360 right now, 350.
Where's the coin?
It's right up here.
It's over by the cue ball where you're shooting?
Yeah.
I think yeah.
Yeah, I'm at about 355 right now. So this is where balls start going through windows and pool cues get broke over knees. When you miss a hanger, I mean, I don't do that kind of stuff. I really try to, but if anything would make me lose my cool playing pool, it would be missing a hanger right now. And you know, you're a great player. Both of you guys can play. You know what it's like to miss a ball you're supposed to make. I mean, it's disgusting.
Well, you were talking about that going through your head of knowing that you're going to have to cope with shooting
Yes.
that brace ball at 520 or whatever.
Yes.
Those are the exact thoughts that you cannot have on your mind while you're trying to run balls.
Exactly.
I mean, for most players, the slightest distraction, and you can miss something, hang something up, bump something you shouldn't, and everything's over. So
The demands of this game are extremely unforgiving. It's a constant and never-ending series of landmines that you have to overcome nonstop.
And this table, the same things that make this table easy are what makes it quirky in spots. Like playing position, when you have very slick pool balls, yes, they slide in the pockets easier, but playing position with the cue ball is tricky because you don't have enough traction to turn it with inside English. So when you get on the wrong side of a ball, I mean, you're done. You're not just like going to nip it in with a little inside, get back in line. But that, of course, is the challenge of it. And see, like a rack right here. You got the 8 against the rail and the 5, both unhelpful in outer space. They're no good. I have a cluster in the middle and no break shots. I mean, I have all kind of problems here. I maybe have one break ball, but I have to open those balls. And this is one of those racks here where it can end real quick. I really don't remember what I do here, but none of it looks good. Surely I'm not just going to run into these balls. Oh, maybe I am. No, I was going to say I got to come over there and twirl. Okay. Try to unlock lanes.
boy, if that's anything I've learned from you is
unlock them lanes.
But just take those balls on the outside. Keep opening the rack to where when you finally bump into those balls in the middle, there's very few other balls for them to get clogged up with.
That's right.
There's ways for you to now pocket a ball and not let your cue ball going to have to bump into something else. Many players that get just too impatient and want to start opening everything too early. And knowing exactly the right timing.
That was a good shot. Yeah, and I watch
the right timing of when to get into the balls and when not to.
Sure. Now see here, now the 5-1-13 connect real good, but you have to figure out how am I going to get on the 5? I got to drop in on the 5. So the whole time here, I'm trying to figure out something that'll pivot me to the 5 ball.
Jerry, you should talk a little bit about John's unique ability, a signature ability to manufacture break balls and even to manufacture key balls.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge part of the game.
His ability to bump.
Yeah, his confidence level of being able to create a break shot out of something is amazing. You get down to where there's even sometimes in trouble where there's only 4 balls on the table and 3 balls on the table, and he'll figure a way to bump something and come up with a break shot. Yeah, the balls, they're just never going to be kind enough to keep handing you free gifts.
Yeah.
You have to be able to.
Well, you guys both, you and Doug both have the ability to do it. You just don't have enough experience to know when. Like, I've done it so much, I kind of know when.
I don't know
it.
that's. I got to argue with that a little bit. I, like many other players, have the particular skill to get a real nice angle, a real nice position on a ball, pivot over into a beautiful spot, and still miss the next ball.
Well, here's a perfect example.
To not ever miss balls is monstrously powerful.
Well, like here, Jerry, this window.
Because we get in line and miss.
I'm going to hit this 5 ball right here with 2 full tips of right and shoot a miniature masse and hopefully make it. Now, when it goes in, now I have to hit my mark there within an inch. Otherwise, I'm scrambling. And so, the game is one of those games that's just so simple and subtle, but your position play has to be nice.
That was a cute little shot right under there.
Yep.
Yeah, because you have to get under that 5 ball in order to just lag it into the side.
He's still fighting for his break ball.
Now here's where your position better be right. If I go 1 inch short, done, and 1 inch long, done, and I got within like a millimeter where I'm trying to get, and to do that at 360, I'm proud of that because this is where my nerves are starting to take over to where my touch. I'm not using a scalpel anymore.
Okay, let's watch the coin here. Let's watch
that should move to 364 right there.
Okay, Doug just moved it.
364. Now the day before this, I ran 378. So I was like, okay, cool. I'm right back there. But you know, the 378, I scratched on the brake, or whatever happened, and I think I scratched on the brake, and I did a video. It's funny. I did a video that night how I think I've just bit off more than I can chew. I can't do this, and I'm sorry I'm letting everybody down, but I just can't do it on a 9-footer. I started to think the 9-footer is so much harder that I've just messed up, and I'm trying to do something that I just am not going to be able to pull off. And
you know,
it's just funny that
you know,
today is the day.
I keep saying this to jokingly, but I've watched this run one other time before, and I still don't believe you did it.
I know.
I mean, it's
I can't
still
believe it either.
it's hard to believe.
Because you know what I thought would happen? I thought I would run 492. I shattered my high run by 140 balls. And I was so shaky at 490, I'm like, how could I run 140 when I could barely spell my own name? You know what I mean? It wasn't like I ran 495 and then fainted. Oh, I just ran another $140 before I fainted. It was an odd thing. I know one thing. I'm almost glad this is over and I've got to take a break from the stress and strain physically and mentally of this whole procedure. I mean, I was to the point where I was just going to say, I just quit. I'm a good player. 490 is the best I got. I'm sorry. And I can't take no more. Like right there, the stress of shooting that break shot and wondering what's going to happen is too brutal.
Or let me replace that even. The stress of watching the cue ball just get kicked right in the side.
Which has happened to me 4,000 times right
just
there.
the stress of knowing that even if you do everything perfect, you're liable to just get kicked right dead center
or
into the
no
pocket.
shot or whatever.
Or glued on. It's
absolutely, bud.
it's a form of
And
torture.
believe me, how you like this cut shot at 380? See this 4-ball?
Yeah, you got.
It looks easy on camera. It's about thin as my bankroll right here, and I'm cutting it back to the left.
Because it's the right shot to open the balls. It's the right shot.
Absolutely. And that was a missable ball, and this isn't.
And you let up on that. You did not just pound into it.
Well, yeah, you don't want to.
Well, not only pound.
I chickened out a little bit.
You chickened out a little bit right there.
I did.
That's not the way you would have hit it at 70.
No, 70. I would have torn the rails off. I would have just beat it in there. But this is, you know, and I got a little unlucky here that I have to shoot this shot in the side. I make a great shot in this side pocket right here. I remember this shot. This shot at 380 is no fun.
Doug, what are you thinking at this point? Do you remember any of these? Any of these individual spots?
A few of them, but it's hard to recall all of them.
This right here looks like a volleyball going through a wedding ring right here. Believe me, this shot is so tough. I'm jacked straight up in the air, and when it leaves my cue, I go, please, God.
I think one of the things that people will find, and conclude after viewing this video, is that this is an extremely clean run.
Sure.
You know, I've seen John go through runs and try to pull out shots that are just
super low percentage.
Yeah, super low percentage and very difficult.
Bump balls with my hand.
But
everything you can do.
as I recall, in this particular run, there was not one bank shot.
No bank shots.
Not even one.
Not even that. No low percentage shots. Yeah. I would have shot every one of these shots in a match if it was Hill needing 4 balls. That's something I'm really lucky about, because I always said to him, we might catch lightning in a bottle and break this record, and I'll probably have 2 hand fouls. I'll make 3 banks, a jump shot, a masse, a billiard, and about 14 shots that you would never shoot for money. I'd still be thrilled to do it.
Just to keep
this
the
was
ball
some kind of
bouncing.
magical. I'm telling you, this is a magical thing. Doug never had a foul touching the balls with the rack, and that's easy to do with the slippery gloves. I never had a hand foul. I never shot a shot that wouldn't be like a straight pull shot. I mean, this is a freak show right here, I'm telling you. Because I've played enough to know this was a freak show. Just the way it all came together, I can't believe it. We can't believe nothing went wrong for 45 racks, you know. And when I say nothing went wrong, I don't just mean missing a ball. I mean touching a ball with my hand, or having to do something dumb and going, well, I got to bank it cross corner, or shoot one off the stack, or, you know. Which, hey.
Well, we did commentary on a 350 run that you did that was
uglier than sin, probably.
No. It was a great run, and it was very. Players can look at it. It was very instructive. And at that time we spent more time actually dissecting how straight pulls played and You know, obviously it
okay.
doesn't have the pressure and the story behind this one does. But there was one time where the chalk flew off and hit a ball, and
Sure.
you just kind of moved it back, and
Yeah.
because for instructional purposes, it's really a great run, and that's something people can look for.
Sure.
And there's always going to be people that are going to complain about stupid stuff. Well, he fouled a ball. Straight pull has to be all ball fouls or something stupid like that.
Right.
But this one is as clean
This is clean, and that's just lucky. That's like the pool gods, after all the torture I've been through, finally said, we're going to let everything go right today for this poor guy, because he has been trying so hard. There's not going to be any skids, scratches, miscues, no shots after the break. And then we're going to do all that. Now, John, you got to perform. We're going to give you everything you need. You still got to run 45 racks without messing it up. So just when I say this is a surreal experience, that's what I mean. Like when people say, do you believe you ran 626? Not really. Do you believe you ran 626 without touching the ball with your hand, or Doug doing it, or having to shoot a bank? Well, no, that's absolutely impossible. I just can't go that long without having a human error. So to capture all this on film, I'm the luckiest guy in the world. Hell, one day I ran 190 balls. I forgot to turn the camera on. I looked at Doug and we're driving home. I go, can you imagine if we just ran 626 and I had the lens cover on? Doug looked at me and goes, I would have killed you. Like, Len, I think he meant it.
Well, that kind of goes back to this really has been a team effort.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, so many moving parts to keep the camera going and the lights happening and the balls clean and racking the. If you had to sit and rack all these balls yourself,
it's even more than that. It's
the
things
energy
like,
that would be expended and the
Yes.
concentration, that's distractions and.
I can't tell you, Jerry, how many times we'd come back to the apartment and we need groceries, and I've played all day, and he's 70 years old and racked all day, and he knows how exhausted I am, and he knows I'm going to start back at 9 a.m. the next day. Doug goes, go inside and you go to bed and go to sleep. Me and Felicity will go shopping and bring the groceries back, and they're gone an hour and a half and the whole 9 yards. And I mean, he just he did everything a human being could do to give me a chance,
Jerry, one of the things that's very important in viewing this run is not just the ball pattern or the ball sequence or the phenomenal shot making ability, but is what the viewers can really learn from and take away from, in my opinion, is the perfect fundamentals that John brings to the game in terms of his ability to grip the cue, to stroke the cue, to get down, to sight the balls. All as a fundamental approach to shot making is very apparent here too.
Yeah.
Well, can I change lanes just a little bit before the number starts getting a little too thick? You've won the U.S. Open. Mm-hmm. You've won, how many major tournaments have you won?
Well, what I consider majors, I've probably won 15, but other people consider majors like maybe I've won 4 or something. But I mean, I've won maybe 10 tournaments that have paid 7,000-8,000 or more. I mean, that's pretty major in pool terms. So I'd like to think that I've won 40 pro tournaments, and a good 10 of them are highly important to me. And even by people who don't like me, they would say, yeah, he's won 4 or 5 majors playing part-time. So I've been lucky. I've had a good career, and I've done a lot in the game that I didn't think I could do. And, I'm very fortunate. My health has held up. My friendships have been there. And
now,
so
here's
it's
a dumb question. Do you think
Ooh, that was a bad shot.
Do you think straight pool is your best game?
No, not at all. I mean, that's the thing. Everybody thinks it's my best game. I've played more one pocket in my life, probably. I think I play one pocket when I'm playing pool all the time. I play one pocket great. Whether I can prove that or people are going to give me the credit, but
You've won one pocket tournaments.
I've won many one pocket tournaments, and I've played everybody one pocket and held my own with the best players. And I've gambled with Efren Reyes, even one pocket, and all that stuff. Now, I'm not saying I'm the greatest, but I definitely, what I pride myself on is if a mechanic says to you he's a great mechanic, and you go, well, my transmission's making this funny noise, and he says, well, I don't know anything about transmissions, you're not a great mechanic. I feel like to be a pool player, you have to be good at all the games and proficient. I don't really think I'm so great at straight pool. I think a lot of the other pros aren't good at it, so it makes me look like I'm better. Because, I really play all the games. But straight pool is something that I have an odd level of confidence at, from doing it. I guess it is one of my stronger pursuits. Now here I think we need to get on this 7 and bump this 5 out. No, the 5's okay. A lot of times you'll have a thicker triangle drawn where you can see it. But so
It's there. You just can't see it. It's in pencil.
So I'm going to go 7, 2, 10, 5. And now I think we're at about 400 balls here. 392. Well, let me count real quick. Yeah, 392.
28 racks.
Yeah, 28 racks. So this is, this is this is where it gets, it has my full attention. We'll put it that way.
I want to tell you one thing that I think is just funny. Doug is, as thorough as he is everything. He's made us these little charts with how many racks and how many they total to. So you're looking at here 28 racks. The little chart, little graph shows that that's 392 balls. Well, he made the chart go all the way up to 50 racks. So you'll just know at 50 racks is 700 balls. And we thought that was hilarious.
Well, I didn't, because I'll tell you what he used to say to me. He used to say, let's quit counting by balls. We're going to 40 racks. I go, Doug, 40 racks is impossible. I said, I would take 37 3/4 racks. That would break the record. Because getting 3 more racks when you're up that high is like way more than 3 more racks when you're starting. I just kept hearing him say 40 racks. So I'd run 140, 10 racks, and you go quarter away there. And then I'd run 280 and you go halfway there. So 40 racks, I just thought it was just completely absurd to even dream about doing that. So here's the break shot at 392. Now I have a little mini goal here. I don't figure I'm going to break the record. I've been here before, but I'd like to run 400 one more time on film, because that's just, hey,
that's who John Schmidt is.
8 runs on. Yeah, I think that way. That's my
Mr.
pride.
400 on the back
That's
of your
his
shirt.
identity.
That's my pride and my ego. And when I walk around and people, oh yeah, Mr. 400. Well, when I could say I've done it 7 or 8 times, I think I get to call myself that, and I'm a good player. And again, this is me proving to myself that I don't have to go be a busboy no more, that I belong here, right? So all I want to do right here is run over 400 on camera, and then I can lick myself, and I'm happy. And it's just my own little goal.
Tell them the story about the 400 that you ran at Q Master Billiards.
Well, that was kind of a strange thing. I walked in the door, and Roy Spinell, my sponsor.
What year is this?
This was in 07. I just won the U.S. Open the year before, so now I signed a deal with OBQs, and they had me try this new low deflection cue. And he walks in and hands it to me. I've never hit a ball with it. And Francesco Tomati, a good Italian player, clothing maker actually, but he's a semi-pro player, he says, hey, try straight pull. So I get up and I run like 3, and then I think I run 12. And
3 balls.
3 balls. Yeah, not 300, 3 balls, and I mess up. And then I run 12 and I mess up, and I'm kind of embarrassed. I go, let's do something else. He goes, oh, come on, John. I've never seen a 100-ball run in person. Keep going till you run 100. The very next shot, I ran 403. And Efren Reyes and Bustamante were in the finals of the one pocket. They stopped. The guy's getting on the microphone and telling the story. And before you know it, I look up at around 300, and like 50 touring players are standing there, and my sponsor.
Everybody.
And Nick Varner, Bustamante, Efren Reyes. And to their credit, they were applauding and clapping and watching. And it was pretty cool. And I missed kind of a long, slow, twirly key ball at 404. And then I proceeded to go like 2 and out in the U.S. Open. Right after that. Yeah, so it was just, that was just funny how that all went down, There we go. Now we're getting right to about 400 here. Now this is dangerous. If I shoot this combination, this black ball can kiss my cue ball all over the place. I really am not
you've got to hit
wanting,
it so full.
I'm going to hit it as slow as I can chunk it in there. See that? Okay, good.
Kiss,
that was a good shot. Now we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 5. We're at 397. So I need 3 more, again, for my own little goal. Now, as you can imagine, I don't really want to shoot this ball in with inside English right here. But I have to tickle this in real soft, Oh, I see what I did. Okay. Wow, that was... Well, this is a good shot because there's a catcher's mitt here. I can draw off the 1 and go into the 6-4, and the 9 traps it. I can't scratch, and they're all going to open. And if you notice, I had the 2 as an insurance valve if I didn't get that little window. That's the kind of things you got to do playing straight pull. You always want to have a little
play
helper.
Shape on as many balls.
Absolutely.
Find the position where you can put the cue ball and have 5 shots.
Now, what am I doing here? Oh, I'm going to just draw back a little bit. Okay, here
You
we
want
go.
the perfect angle
So
getting into that.
What, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7. So I'm at 399. Here's the 400th ball. Let's not scratch or anything. Let's get a shot. Well, I had the 12, but still. You know what? I don't think I can shoot the 6. I have to shoot this 12 ball at 401. Are you kidding me? No, I can shoot the 6, or I'd be freaking out right now.
So Doug and you are both absolutely aware that was the 400th ball.
Oh, yeah. No, at this point, I'm pretty aware of every little thing. Now, that was a good shot. That could have scratched on the side. So now we're going to probably play our way down to the 8 as the break ball. Not the 8, the 5, excuse me. So what you want to do here is go from the 12 to the 4. I haven't seen this, but I know I'm going to go to the 4. I get up to roll forward, stay off the rail, come off the rail. There we go. And now the 4-14 most likely, although it looks like my cue ball's going the wrong way. Okay, I'm going to have to shoot the 8 next, then the 14, then the 4, then the 5.
You're shooting the middle one.
I would think I'm going to shoot the 8, then the 14.
Right, yeah, and to not have to nudge the other ball.
Oh, no, that's no good. Oh, I dogged it.
No, you're taking the bottom break
shot. I
shot.
dogged it, though. Yeah, but I didn't hit this good. I missed my mark by 3-4 inches.
I don't think so. You were just rolling forward for the bottom break shot.
Yeah, but this is... This has to be hit with a ton of inside English now, and there's a risk of a skid, although this town chalk has been great to combat that. Okay, I'm okay. Yeah, actually, that's perfect, Jerry. That was perfect. And now what you want to do is just baby forward and lay right on the rail and have a super thin cut. Because that way you really get
notice your pace and tempo. You're walking around.
I'm Johnny
Look
Archer.
at this. You're
I'm trying too hard now. I think I have to go forward.
You got to go forward.
I got to hit a good shot.
Juice it on that rail.
Look at this shot. Oh, that was a nice.
That's exactly where you were trying to hit.
Oh, that was sweet at 406.
There's Doug on screen doing what he does best, being the rack master, moving the coin.
Yes, sir.
You're now at 406. You're over that 400 hump. They're going to let you keep your shirt for one more year. Doug, thank you so much for all of your support, but thank you for the commentary and helping us understand what's going on here.
Well, thank you very much, Jerry. This is a privilege and honor. We're very excited, and we really appreciate the legendary effort that John has achieved on this, not only for himself, but for the fabulous game of straight pool.
Thanks for helping, Doug. Appreciate it. Good job.
All right, the plot's thickening.
Yeah, it's for sure. This is at this time. I mean, I'm running out of playing days too, and I really know that I mean, first of all, this pool room recloths the table for me. And once the table gets broken in, then it's no good. So I've got a few more days of new cloth, a few more days of the apartment, and I also have to get back to my life. I mean, my dad's watching my dog. I've got to pay registration on the cars and all the stuff that goes along with life. And I can't just play straight pull every day. I kind of have the sense of like it's now or never. This is the tail end of the last trip of the 4 months. So this is like, this is it. I'm not going to run 400 again, I figure, this trip. We got to do something here.
So at this point, you've got to feel a little bit of relief that you're over the 400 mark.
A lot of relief.
You feel like you've accomplished something.
Oh, for sure.
You're going to get to wear the shirt a little bit longer.
Yeah, get to wear. Oh, don't scratch on the side. Look at this. How you like this at 407?
Have you ever seen that happen before?
Oh, I've scratched right there at 420. Had the cue ball just go right in the hole, and everybody goes, "You're a loser. Start over." Oh, believe me. Believe me. It's. I don't wish it on anybody scratching there, but it's happened to me about 7
billion. Facetious. It's happened to thousands of times.
Thousands of times. It's brutal too because I have to let the cue ball go there. It's absolutely a necessary evil, but now as you can see, we've got problems here. There's not
that 2 ball is like the only ball to open those balls.
Well, what I really want to do is get on the 15 and draw straight back on the 15 and then shoot the 10 and go right into him with the 1 as insurance. But I missed my angle here to go from this ball to here. So now I'm going to, oh, wow. What am I doing? Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, maybe I can shoot the 2 in.
The two,
Okay.
the 2 allows
Oh,
you.
that was actually a good shot.
Yeah, I think you're just going to be able to chip out a little bit.
Yeah,
I
high
don't
right
think-
English.
You're not going to go plowing.
No, I'm not
into
going to
it.
murder him. I'm going to smooth it with high right and have the cue ball skip out like this.
Yeah, and you're going to probably shoot one of those in the side next.
Yeah, just like that. There we go. Well, I've still got a 3-ball cluster that has to be dealt with. Boy, oh boy.
With nothing
Now,
around
see this
it.
insurance? Now you want to go.
Yeah, look at that cluster.
Well, here's
There's
what you wanna do.
nothing within anywhere near
Well,
it
you need to
get
go
it.
here, then make this and get here, then shoot the 10 and hit them, and then you have the 7.
Right.
What am I doing? I'm shooting off my insurance ball. Well, okay, I'm not in love with this. Okay, I'm not in love with this here. This has got trouble written all over it.
That's something has always been fun, is revisiting and doing commentating on these runs with you, because you do second guess yourself when
Yeah.
you look back on them.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot
I
of
have
times
no idea.
you look back and think, oh, that wasn't the right move, but you execute it so well.
Well,
and there's a lot of choices. I mean, it's
Oh,
not,
sure.
It's not like they're all, that can only be done one way.
Well, looky here, Jerry, who we just got joined by, a full-blown rock star, and one of my great friends,
Straight pull rock star.
Mark.
Hey, you guys.
How you doing, rock star?
Good, man.
Good to see you, pal.
Introduce your buddy.
Well, I mean, it's kind of tough to introduce a guy that I used to come home from TV and watch on MTV every day. And if you'd have told me that 20 years later we would be close friends, it would be, surreal. I wouldn't believe it. But the lead guitarist of the hit band Great White, millions and millions of records sold around the world. And if you guys can believe that, he's also a fantastic pool player with a high run of 72 and a big fan of pool and a close friend of mine. Just couldn't be happier to have him involved in this high run and this voiceover. Mark Kendall. How you
They
doing,
also
Mark?
call me the cooler.
The cooler.
So I hope I don't blow this run for you, man.
I know, right? I couldn't miss with you in the room.
I'm glad it's not live.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mark, it's funny. You just walked in the door, and I'm in big trouble here. We're at about 420, and I don't see really a good break shot. I don't see a good key ball. I mean, I've got issues, bud. I don't remember this at all, but from what I see, I'm dead in the water
You're going to
here.
end up. You might end up playing in the middle of the stack and using
taking
the one
ball in hand on the one. Well, I've
Take
got
ball. That's what I was thinking.
Wow.
If you get the ball in the rack, you can use the one maybe.
Boy.
But it's a little high.
Yeah, I've got my work cut out. Okay, that was a nice little shot. Wow, I do
It
not
looks like
remember
that's
this.
what you do. It
Your
looks like
tempo is slowed down.
I'm-
Boy, you're just.
Oh, I'm trying way too hard. Look at this
Well,
shot.
I mean, you're trying to just hold your.
Okay, now this is a key shot. If I can drip this 9 in and come up and shoot
Yeah,
the 14,
you have to get
the
you. Gotta get straight in
The
on
speed
it. Yeah.
better be perfect right
Gotta
here.
get straight on it.
How'd we do?
Well, it's not complete
Oh,
disaster
baby.
because you can play position if you had to. You
That
could
was
go
a good
upstairs.
shot, though.
But
Look
oh,
at
you
this.
want to
makes your life a lot easier.
Oh, you want to
Eh,
take the pressure off.
If you're a few inches to the left or to the right of that,
You're
you
dead.
can't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you got to play position for the side pocket. And
I'm still not thrilled though because this break shot is.
Oh,
got
you hit the
trouble
side of the
written all-
rack.
Oh,
You're just
you can scratch.
going straight in the
yeah.
pocket.
So there's 420. And Mark, you've played a lot of straight pull with me, and you're a good player yourself, and you understand that when I get up around 400, I start getting nervous and tight.
slow down a little.
I slow down,
You don't wanna
and
make a mistake.
I look kind of casual and relaxed, but I'm not. And I remember I was just telling Jerry that at this point in this month-long endeavor, I mean, I really had a feeling of urgency, and this is it. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not going to get many more chances where I have Doug's availability, a table that's perfect, a camera that's going, and a window in my
Okay,
career.
You better hit the top two balls.
I'm going to try to hit the top 2 balls. Anywhere and catch the top 2 balls you shouldn't scratch. And then you don't want to get stuck. And if I remember right, I get real lucky.
And the harder you hit this, the more it goes to the right.
Yes.
You know how a ball,
Yes.
like when you hit it real hard. So you got a good
I
angle
hit
on
that
it.
so
Bingo.
And you didn't bash it because of that. Because if
Did
you
you,
hit
did you
that
see
real
his
hard,
look? Did you see his look on his
I
face
just
when
went
he just
looked
walked
up
by
like,
the camera?
oh,
like,
God.
thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord.
Oh, yeah. Now, this is
So while he's got another one of these cakewalks to
Yeah.
run balls here, Mark, tell us where you met John and how you guys became friends.
Actually, through a friend of mine, Gary Henry. He kept talking about John, and at that time, I had a lot of time off from Great White. It was in the semi mid '90s, maybe a little bit before the '95, And he kept telling me about this John Schmidt this, John Schmidt that. And I still hadn't met him or seen him or anything. And then, a couple of years might have rolled by. And then all of a sudden he goes, he's playing Morrow or something, like, I go, even? And he goes, yeah. Wow, this dude can really play. And I actually had a gig in San Diego, so I race off the stage and go flying down to Hard Times to catch some of that. Then I hear he's playing Jack Cooney even one pocket, and he kept playing guys I think that were a little better than him, just to increase his own.
And I was playing him for my life savings at the time.
Yeah, he's playing for his life savings and all that. And I think that's how he elevated his game early, because he was getting, instead of like avoiding those guys, he was gracing the pressure, playing people that probably were considered better players at the time, and he was totally unknown. So I think that helped his game, because every time Gary came with some story about John, it was always some improvement in some area. Like, oh my God, he's playing Cooney one pocket. I mean, Cooney's a guy I ran into 5 times on one tour. 5 different pool halls, 5 different states. And he actually came up to me and said, "Are you following me?" And I go, "No, dude, it's a freak thing." I go, "I'm kind of a pool freak. So on my days off, I go to pool halls and I find out where the most action is. So that's why I keep running into you." And this was in Toledo. He was playing some black dude. And I go up to the owner of the place and I'm like, he goes, "Hey, how about a sweat bet, a couple hundred?" And he goes, "I'll let you pick the player." And of course I picked Cooney. He goes, "You picked the wrong guy." So, but,
well, did Jack win?
yeah. Oh,
Yeah, Jack
every time I seen him play, he was winning,
Yeah, I don't
and
know.
usually given a little bit of weight, so he wasn't like playing,
Yeah,
he
world
wasn't
champions.
playing like Richie Rich or anything like that in Toledo. He was playing some random dude. But the great thing about him is he knew the game real good, but he looked like he wasn't,
he
your
didn't look like
average
a great
pool
player.
hustler. He looked
No.
like
He was my first
an
real experience
accountant
with
or
him.
something.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know Jack for
Which
30
was
years.
that was his spiel. But I've been around pool for a long time. I mean, I'm a complete freak about this game. Especially, I love this game.
Yeah,
And,
you're definitely, and you're a good player too. If any celebrities out there want to play you, I'm betting on you. I know that. For a rock star, I can't believe it.
It's funny because Jay Helper said I'm probably the best celebrity player he's seen, and that got me on Joe Rogan. Not because I'm in a rock band, because Joe Rogan probably more of a pool fan than he is. He goes, "This is interesting. Okay, this guy's a great white, but he's the best. What? He's the best celebrity player. I'm a pretty good player, so we
You guys
played 10-ball right in his office. I mean, after the show." But
you beat Joe, didn't you? Though, didn't you beat Logan? Yeah.
it wasn't that serious, and
But
it was
still.
a super tight pocket.
I think the only guy that could play you pool would be Manny Pacquiao, and I don't think he.
I heard something about him.
He can play,
Yeah.
man. He's a Filipino, boxing world champion.
I guess he would be considered.
But I think the thing
obviously
that
celeb.
that kind of put us together was the straight pull and the Gary Henry.
Yeah.
But I think you've seen me from my beginning when I was again a nobody and I was just learning. And playing these great players, and I was playing them dead even and playing for large amounts.
Yeah.
I mean, it was do or die.
True.
Because people don't understand a lot of times what it's like to play somebody for basically your life savings. And if you lose, you get to go home and tell your dad I can't even afford a haircut. I'm
Right.
a loser.
I want to, just to call back to the game, I want to make one little point right there.
Yeah.
John has a really uncanny ability, which all straight pull players do, of when to just abandon that break shot.
Absolutely.
That
Yeah.
break shot, that 7-ball
Right.
was up in the perfect position.
Right.
And those other balls that he was down on there, and there was ways to kind of figure out how to manipulate and get, if you've got that 7-ball as your break ball locked in your brain, you may be playing things a lot more difficult.
Well, he
But
immediately-
immediately he abandoned that and went to a break
because
shot.
he knows he's going to shoot the
must
5.
say.
In advance, you knew you were shooting the 5 for the break ball.
I'm great at learning how, and I've been great at figuring out when to abandon patterns. I just was never good at abandoning girlfriends. But, no, but, yes, you have to.
So
play-
now you're getting on the 6, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and now you got to hit this with a bunch of left English and hold this ball.
Right, but that was I just didn't.
You're right,
I
Jerry.
interrupted your story, but just as a
Yeah.
real inside trick, is there's a lot to being able to shift gears in the
Yes.
middle of the rack and don't get fixated.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you miss
on-
your spot by 1 inch, now you got to go to plan B. The trick is, though, the good players, plan A, B, and C works. My A, B, and C are all workable. That's why you might look at my patterns and go, why do you do it like that? Well, I'm trying to give myself many outs, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm
you
not
control
afraid.
the cue ball like so. That's really, I call myself the cooler, and you call me the cooler. But it's really not. I'm getting bad rolls. I'm just not
Right,
controlling
you're not
the cue ball.
right.
It's usually when I have the cue ball going. I kind of know where it's going, but
Like
not
right
really. And it usually ends up in a bad spot. But
When I
You look bad there. You must.
Well, no. Well, the reason I did that was the angle on the 6 was 1 inch too steep
So that
to
must
hold.
be a steeper angle than I think.
Well, it's pretty good. It's not bad. But this is again, I abandoned the pattern because I missed my window by an inch. And with experience comes, just all the failures I've had. And I think back to all the times I've messed up, and I try to.
Are we at 420
that.
right now? Is this 30?
I think that's 434 actually.
434. So yeah.
$434. We're at 434.
434, 31 racks.
Which ties one of your.
Now this break shot here is interesting. This one's a nightmare. You have to whack this ball really hard with topspin, otherwise you stick to the rack. And I'm going to try to hit the 7-8. But what the cue ball does is it hits the rack and then it motors over towards my the pocket
No
there.
English, just
No,
top?
you're going to hit it with high left, but the
High
problem
left,
is
yeah.
you can miss the ball.
Oh yeah.
And watch how the cue ball a lot of times hits the stack and then almost force follows in the hole. This is just
You can't believe how often you can scratch in
oh
that
man,
corner with
I
this shot.
mean a lot. See right there how it kind of now look at here.
Now you end up back there.
Oh, what in the world?
You got a little window on that 15 in the side.
Dude.
Oh, and I had the 7. I remember this shot. I had the 7, but it was thin. It was makeable, but I didn't want to deal with it. I can make the 15 in the side, and I even looked at Doug like, holy cow, what a good break.
Manna from heaven.
Yeah. I could have made the 7, though, but I would have turned
I
righty
don't think
loose.
so.
You mean
I
remember
remember this. This 7 was totally makeable, but I would have turned whitey loose, and I don't want to do that.
Well, that's a good shot.
Boy, that was nice, though, to not have to let the cue ball run
Yeah,
wild.
buddy.
You don't want to do that. But now we've got the big cluster in the middle. But I guess on 4x8 you get clusters, not 9-footers,
Well, one thing is I've seen you play a lot of one pocket, and you're playing around the rack a lot. And I've seen that cue ball, the way you move it around, it's pretty amazing to watch.
Well, you know what? All the pros, I mean, I appreciate, I'm flattered you guys saying that, but all the pros I'm shooting the 2. The pros are all great at pool. And you just haven't maybe got to see them all play in person as much as me.
I've seen them a lot.
But I would like to think that my cue ball control is something that I've gotten good at over the years, and it's a necessity, to play one pocket and straight pull. I mean, I'm all about shooting straight. I'm a straight shooter, but I get a real kick out of playing nice positional shots.
I just don't think you can put any kind of a massive run, even like 300,
No.
unless you control the cue ball.
Oh, yeah, you have to be
even
amazing.
100, you have to
You got to
control
not
it.
only control it well, you got to know where you're controlling it and why.
And you can't make a mistake. There's
That's
a lot
right.
of times where you have a secondary break shot, and if you don't get an angle on that ball, you might have 2 chances.
Yes.
And if it doesn't happen, you run ins.
Now you
I've had
see
that
like
happen so
a
often.
rack like this, okay, the first thing that jumps off the page at me is obviously the 9 is the break shot, maybe even the 5, but most likely the 9. So I'd like to go the dark ball on the left rail and then the 1 in the corner and then the 5 in the side. Now it doesn't have to go that way, but I'd be willing to bet, or I'm going to go purple 4 ball, 10 in the side, something like that. You want to have that stop at the end.
Yeah.
Easier said than done. The
Yeah, and
5
that's when
is-
your plan B comes in, because
Yes.
that's what you want to happen. But then if it doesn't work out like that, then you figure something out.
That's right. Now I need to shoot this 13 ball now because it's blocking
I like
too many
it.
things.
I like the 13.
Yeah, I got to get rid of that, and I need to drop on this 4 ball the right way.
Again, that's kind of open in lanes too, because there's some
Absolutely.
pockets that 13 don't go in. So why not shoot it? now
Right,
when
you
it's
wanna
straight
shoot-
in.
that's
It's
right.
straight in.
And now that ball fixes a lot of little problems.
That opens up everything.
And the disgust you feel missing a ball now or messing up now is pretty intense to where, I'm really being careful because I don't want to screw this up.
You really want to shoot that 1 at the end before the 5. That'd be really sweet.
Yes.
If you can get on that good.
Okay, so now, well, I'll tell you, this has gotten away from me a little bit.
Can you draw back and get straight? You
No,
want straight in on the 8.
Yeah, I guess I could, but man,
Yeah, I
that's
think you're just going to hold for the
straight
8.
in on
Yeah.
the 8. It's not straight
Hey,
in, but you're
Mark.
probably going to go up and down.
John's run a lot of balls at your house.
Oh,
But
Yeah.
no-
Oh, it's insane runs.
so 363.
He's ran
yeah.
363, 313. When he ran the 313, his next inning was 168. So I sit on the
Yeah.
couch a lot when he comes over. We're actually playing each other in these.
Oh Lord, what did I do? Oh man, I remember this. I remember this like it was yesterday. This shot on the 9. Yeah, I know it's big pockets. This looked impossible. This is at like 440.
Well, that's your break ball.
Well,
Was.
but yeah. Now watch this. This was a scary shot.
It is.
Kidding me?
No, I was proud to make this because I was not
If you,
feeling too good.
this is an overcut shot.
Yeah.
This is one you overcut a lot.
or anybody would, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's.
But that was your
I
break
overcut
ball.
that
You
a
had
lot.
you.
Well, I think
you,
the 5 is usable. Yeah, the
I know,
5's
but
Are you're gonna go 2 rails on the 5 type?
You had
thing?
No,
just-
I can get on the 5, but I mean, still that shot, and this is jacked dead up in the air. This is missable on the side because I got to punch it in. Boy, that was a nice
So what is
recovery.
that? One's not too low.
No.
The whole time I thought that was really.
So
I
there's-
thought it was too. No, clearly he was trying to get around, get on the 1, roll the 5 in the side, and the 9 was his
of
break
course.
shot. He just had to shoot his
Yeah.
captain off.
That was Plan C.
Yeah.
So there's 448.
You tried to dog it there, John.
I know it.
Dogging it up. So
I get a
I
little
know
weird.
your numbers. It seemed like back when you were in Florida, I know you had a couple runs. Well, that one on the diamond that was 294 or whatever. I think that was a diamond. Was that a diamond at your house?
Yeah, I had a diamond at my house. I ran 294,
294.
back in maybe
You-
09.
Now back then, you were super excited about running over 300. I remember.
Oh,
You were
yeah.
saying like, I'm almost over 300.
Oh, on the diamond. On the diamond. Yeah.
because that was such a huge deal.
Well, you still do hold the world record, a high run on a diamond.
I think I do. I ran, the highest run on a
294.
diamond. Yeah, 294 on the camera. I was wearing the ugliest pair of
This
shorts.
shot right here is one you showed me the other day. I
That
didn't
was-
realize.
Oh, and I almost got kissed.
I almost thought I was
Look
going to
at
miss
this.
the rack, but you don't miss the rack there.
Look at this. I got to go rail
you got to
first.
dab. Nope, you're going to dab that 2 in the side. It looks. like.
No way. No, I
what
go
else
rail
are you gonna
first on
do?
this 12 ball.
He's looking
I don't
at
think
it.
you can get around
He's
the
looking at
13.
it.
God, did I make
He's looking
the
at the 2.
Oh, I think I made a rail first great shot right here. Yeah, I'm looking at rail first. This was missable though
From
because
the middle of the table.
Yeah, I had to go way up in front of this ball to miss this 5, and I would have had to hit it with
I don't
the right.
think you can
You
do
gotta
it.
hit
I
it
don't think you're going to
slow.
do it.
No, I
Might
probably
end
I
here.
miss right here. Look at that pocket speed
Oh,
right
yeah.
in the right side of the hole. That was a big shot. That was nice. 449.
Yeah, I think-
Now here's my next goal. All I'm thinking is break that 490, beat Ingert's run because they say he's ran 491. And the other day when I missed the break ball, really made me mad because I thought, oh, Engert still got me. And the cool thing about this run is we surpassed Engert, and then we surpassed Mosconi, and then even a rumor of, because you always hear about the 625
Mike
Euphemia,
Euphemia,
we just
yeah.
got snuck by him just to be safe, because I'm to the point now where cameras are so accessible that I don't care if somebody tells me they ran 2,800 tomorrow. I want to
Right.
see it on film.
The thing-
Now, I'm not holding that against Mosconi because back then having a
Right.
camera crew was a nightmare. But
Sure.
in today's day and age, if you don't set up a camera, I'm not interested in hearing your story.
Well, and even in Mosconi's day, they would only be running film, which
Right.
is only 10 minutes. A
I just-
roll of film is 10 minutes long.
right.
The thing about
So they're
Mosconi's
changing
run, he
cameras.
did
It's
have a lot of
impossible.
witnesses, and there was an affidavit
What
and
am
this,
I
that, and the
doing?
other. But these
Oh my
hearsay runs where people ran 700 and all this. Are,
Did you see that shot? How tough that was? I had a half a pocket and I shot that ball. I can't believe I did that.
Yeah.
Well,
I
that
can't
was
believe
nuts.
you snuck that rail first in there.
Oh, that was a
Yeah,
good little
that
shot.
was,
The last shot I shot looked more missable. Now I'm shooting a combination.
7-4.
Oh yeah, because I knew the 7 would sneak out for a
Make a
break,
break
ball.
ball.
Yeah, I had to do it.
Cool.
Now the 8's the break ball I like. I want to go this ball and then the 5 and then the 8 at the end.
You want the 13-5 and the
Yeah.
8-ball break.
Why does it seem though that when you're up here in this number you're at in the mid 400s,
Yeah.
that
That all the
the
balls get bigger?
layouts know it? It's
Oh,
almost
they
like
do.
the balls know they're going to make it hard on you no matter what. You know
They
what I
do
mean?
know. No, that was kind
Because
of dumb.
Earlier in this run, around 150, whatever, there was break shots every time. Now you got to like.
Yeah, now it seems like something's going wrong every time.
It's just.
Now,
See, now you weren't thinking at all. Now you're looking at this
I'm
rack
all in
and
on the
wanting to
7.
be. Yeah, you're all in on the 7. You were liking that pattern of those balls at the end of the table.
but because I didn't nudge the 7 where I
Yeah,
wanted,
right.
now I'm all in. I couldn't use the 7. This isn't bad though. Don't scratch on the side here. See, I want to just get off the rail right there. Now this is perfect. Now slide out for the 13.
bunt the 9.
Well, no,
Not bump.
Yeah,
13 and not 9.
and then shoot the 9 on the side. Yeah. But this shot, you don't want to miss it trying to create too much angle.
Nope,
so-
and you don't want to roll too
right.
far.
No,
Yeah.
no, you want to just slide over to the right.
You're talking about staying still. You
Oh,
wanna
okay, I'm gonna shoot
definitely
the
stay
9.
still on that.
Oh man, you ain't kidding. Okay, so here comes 462.
And that seventh looking good.
Yeah, the 7's perfect.
Okay,
Oh,
good.
that was a nice little bump there.
Oh, you can get close to it too.
Now I'm thinking, don't miscue.
Yet he doesn't put any chalk
Oh
on
man, I know, right? Just a little bit. Okay, so there's 462 with a perfect break shot. This is where I start having visions of grandeur and thinking
33 racks.
this could be it. This could be the day. And Doug keeps saying 40 racks. You got to think 40 racks. Forget this 37 racks. Just go to 40. And I'm like, yeah, good luck, Doug. Good luck with 40 racks.
Do you see the chart here, Mark? So we know
That's
which rack.
amazing. He's
Yeah,
so
he made it up to
meticulous.
50
I
racks.
know. I love it.
Oh, Doug is
And look at
very
how deep.
meticulous.
He got all the way to the last bracket, get up into the 45 category.
So 44.
He was-
Yeah, when he printed that last row off, I'm like, why even waste the paper? Like, what do you-
44 is 616, so you ran
I mean,
10 more balls.
I told him if I got to here, it'd be insane. I said, why would you even waste the time writing
I
that
know,
down?
that's what I was saying.
Because you want to look past
Now,
that
now
number.
this is a good break shot. This break shot, if you hit it just right, but if you hit it wrong, the cue ball can go this way and it can go this way.
They can't
To
see
hit it.
They can't see your finger.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm saying for you guys too.
Well, go to
But this
the right.
cue ball, I need to hit the 9 right on the face. Otherwise, it skitters to the right towards the pocket. This
You
looks
go
like
low left.
no high ball. Just boom.
Oh, high
now, that
ball.
was
Oh, you
perfect.
stayed still.
Oh, that was nice.
And by hitting it
Buttercup.
harder, it makes the cue ball go more left.
That's right. But it then can scratch on the side. So that was a
Oh,
nerve-wracking
You just
shot.
want to hit it full.
Real solid. Okay,
gonna
off-
wash my hands.
Okay, my hand's sweaty. My heart's
And we
starting to
might
pound.
have a couple more guests coming in on this, right?
do.
We do. Right on. Right on. We got rock stars and rack makers and
I can't even remember how we became friends. I remember.
well, I remember the time I got a call at
You
Hard
came-
Times. No, I got a phone call at Hard Times Bears. This is back before cell phones when like if somebody called you at the pool, somebody's died, right?
or needed money.
Yeah, and needed money, which is yeah. John Schmidt, you have a phone call. I pick up the phone. He's like, "Yeah, bro, this is Mark Kendall. You know, of Great White. I heard you're playing a big money match down there. Are you still going to be there for a couple more hours?" And I was so flattered that he just even would care enough to come down and watch. I go,
remember that.
I go, wow, Mark Kendall of Great White. You know, the band I've watched on MTV my whole life. I'm like, are you? You're calling me?
Well,
It was
come sweat
surreal.
it.
Yeah, he's like. Yeah, he's like, let me trip on it, bro. You know, he talks things. So like, and so here comes Mark Kendall down to watch me play pool, and I just thought he's just the most humble, nicest guy. Like, we'll go into Home Depot, Mark and I, and he's
yeah.
trying to tell somebody how I'm like this big deal in pool, and I'm like, this is Mark Kendall of Great White. They're like, oh yeah, Great White. They ain't never heard of no John Schmidt, man. So I'm like, Mark, you're actually a celebrity.
But hey, you know, one of the
I'm not.
one thing I could say is like John comes to my house and puts up my entire ceiling. I mean, literally 10 hours. He's supposed to be coming over playing pool, and you know, he offers
Well, it had
to
to
do
be
all this
done.
help and put up my entire ceiling. I'll never forget that. All day, and you were hurting.
Oh yeah, that was rough.
You might
on
as
me
well just
physically. Yeah.
take golf back up.
Yeah, I know,
mean,
right?
I injured this boy.
No, you've been a great friend and you're a great human being, and you you're just not pretentious and you're or arrogant or anything, and you have every right to be. And
I don't
so
play
it's just,
good enough.
No, but you're Mark Kendall of Great White. That's all.
Okay, let me interject a little bit
cool.
here. Tell the listeners. One of the things is that we run this cameras. There's no breaks. There's not going to be any question of any kind of editing. If there's any breaks in the match, the camera just runs.
Right.
So you pulled your glove off, you're gone to the bathroom, you've done whatever, but he's kind of walking around, you're just taking a little break. But we let the camera run.
Sure.
Another thing is the quality of the picture is not as high res as it could be because we want a large file. If this thing needs to run for 5 hours straight, we want it to run. We don't want to run out of battery. We don't want to run out of memory card. Nothing. Just let it run.
Yep.
So it's just propped up in the corner. It's not like we're not doing a big video production here because you never know when the lightning's going to strike.
That's right.
Nobody had any idea that this run.
The other thing that's great about this is there's only one story to tell. There's not going to be multiple stories about the run because it's
There's
on
no
film.
rumors.
It's on film.
Right.
I mean, if you
no
want to say,
urban
I mean, I
legends.
like to enhance it a little bit.
Well, you know
maybe
what's
tell
funny?
some-
I won't even play straight pool anymore without a camera on. I just won't do it. I have no interest. And even if somebody says, "Oh, look at this table," if there isn't a camera running, because I've always thought it's like picking the same lottery numbers for 40 years and then changing, and then oh my God, now my numbers came up and I changed. I do not want to run 527 one day with no camera going. So that's why I'm just obsessive about
Even
if
with
there's
the
no camera, I
million
don't bother to
witnesses.
play one podcast.
I bet if 50 people saw this run, they'd go away with 10 different stories.
versions. Yep.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know what I mean?
I
And
banked
that's what's
3
great
balls and,
about film because or video. It's
So
it's
what's
one-
going through your mind right here? You just took a 5-minute break.
Well,
You've
the thing is, I know privately some things that have been promised to me and that is going to happen, and I know how valuable this footage is. I'm not going to lie. I'm thinking monetarily of like, oh my God, if I can pull this off, like I can buy that little acre of land out in the woods that I want. You know what I mean? This is one of those things where there's a lot going through my head financially and historically and my own self-doubt and just the whole ordeal is not like a tournament, because when you go to tournaments, you go to enough tournaments, a guy like me is going to win one here and there. This is something that there's no guarantee I'm ever going to pull this off. Yet, in my mind, I am like 15 minutes from greatness. I'm 15 minutes from really getting paid. I'm 15 minutes from maybe propelling pool in front of mainstream media and breaking this record that's historic and helping out my
Look at
fellow
this shot. You're
pros.
shooting up
Oh,
straight.
yeah. Well, this is missable when you're feeling shaky. Of course, if you hit it too heavy.
I mean, you had those balls right down there at the end of the table, but the right shot
the right shot was that.
is to
You're
get
still
above
shooting
the
the
ball.
right shot. That's a
Yes.
good sign.
Well, that's the good thing. Is
Yeah,
I've done,
exactly. You're still shooting the right shot.
That's right.
You're
That's
going
what-
down
yeah.
doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so basically the thoughts in my mind are I would like a chance to help my fellow peers and maybe bring some recognition and money into the sport and help myself. And I'm supporting myself and my wife with pool, and when I get a chance to do something that'll help us financially and maybe secure my sponsorship or my career, I mean, the pressure that I'm feeling here is just borderline too much.
I really like that. I've heard other interviews that you've done since the run, post run, and you do mention the other pros and
Sure.
how great they play, and I think that's really good.
Well, here's
Or the
why.
sport.
There's a lot of people that said the old timers play better than us, and to me, I'm one of the, I'm from this era, so I'm doing this in defense of all the great players, the Appletons and Johnny Archers and Earl Stricklands and Alex Bregline, all the great players of today. This is just kind of a representation of their ability and what they can do. Because if somebody wants to say, well, Mosconi and Lassiter is better than today's players, I want to show them that maybe that's not true. I think today's players are great, and I'd like to think that I'm one of them.
That's good,
But
yeah.
my counterparts and my peers today, they could do this too, I believe. They're fantastic players. And so this is just a way to defend my era and my peers, maybe bring some recognition to the sport and some money, help myself, obviously, if I can. This thing has killed like 20 birds with one stone for me. It's helped me financially. It's helped me in the sport, and it's secured some things and opened some doors for me, and it's maybe going to open doors for the game of pool.
Well, for
and
straight
I couldn't be
pool,
more
it's
thrilled
really-
and
it's
help
really-
straight pool.
The other thing is with the pressure, because I know I feel pressure in my garage when nobody in the
Sure.
earth cares if I run 80 or
Right.
whatever. And I feel the pressure from the number. Obviously, your number's like way higher.
I feel it.
That you feel. But it's got to help you a little bit, not only with your confidence, but maybe the next time you're in a tournament match and you're feeling a lot of heat.
Yeah, I mean,
At least
it has to. Because here's the thing, Mark. In the last year, I've given up golf and dirt biking, and I've played a lot more pool. I've played more pool in the last year than I've played in a long time.
Yeah.
And I'm playing as good right now as I've played in a long time. I mean, I'm really playing like I did when I was in my early 30s and I played all the time. Because I was starting to think, like, it's over for me. I'm too old. I'm no good. And I'm starting to think maybe I'm not ready for the glue factory just yet.
Yeah.
And so to do this run at 46 years old when everybody's written me off, I think is kind of satisfying a little bit too.
It makes sense too that you put all those things aside and you're playing your best pool.
Yes, it does. Because I used to always.
Right. You know what I mean?
Right.
Are we at 476, John?
I'd say we're up there around 476, possibly.
You just moved it to right here.
Well, okay. Let's see. Twice around is 36 racks. What's 36 racks? 504. So that's 504. That's 490.
We're at
That's 476. We're at 4. Wait a minute.
476.
No, that's
462. Oh,
18 racks is there, which is 252. This is 36 racks. Is how many? 36 racks is 504. So this is
so minus.
this is what's before 504. Read them off to me. This is 504.
490.
490.
This is 490. What's the next?
476.
Okay, we're at 476. Okay, sorry.
476.
Okay, we're at 476, which
with a break shot.
this is where I pretty much am losing my mind.
Is
and
this
I'm
where
not
you
gonna-
talked to the guy about the
Yes.
military dude?
Well, it's kind of interesting. My sponsor, James Forrest, who owns the pool room, is a military vet, and I'm talking like a real life version of Rambo. Seen combat, been in live fire, happy to be alive. Okay, I could go on and on. So a real full blown badass. And he's not really a big time pool player. He likes pool, but it isn't like his life. But I know what kind of guy he is, and he knows me. He knows how nervous I'm getting. I've been trying to break this record for him since he sponsored me. And I walk over to him and I say to him, because I'm just losing my mind, I say, James, if I was going to walk over the hill into gunfire and possibly die, what would you say? I have to go over the hill into battle. And he just looked at me real simple and he said, do what you're trained to do. And he didn't say it with a smile. He looked at the way Rambo would tell you right before you run into gunfire. He said, do what you're trained to do. I thought he was going to give me this long, drawn-out, philosophical, try to imagine the room in their underwear or don't, exhale or just... No, he just said, do what you're trained to do. And it kind of gave me... I thought to myself, you know what? I have been trained to do this. It's time to quit being a dog. It's time to quit being nervous. It's time to suck it up and act like a champion, which I am, and get this done and not be afraid. Because believe me, I'm afraid right here, but I'm trying to fight my way through it. I really am. Because I know that, oh my God, I am like 30 balls away, 40 balls away from breaking this record. And I mean, it was an overwhelming feeling of nerve-wracking anxiety. But what James told me, I kind of didn't want to faint in front of him. I wanted to show him that even though I don't die if I miss a ball, it isn't like real gunfire. By pool terms, this is as close to running into battle as you're going to get.
Probably want to turn the gun on yourself.
Well, yeah. Now, I'm in a little trouble here. When I shoot this ball... When I shoot this ball here now, I've got to draw... Don't clip the top of the 7 and scratch off it or something. See, that would have been easy to hit bad right there.
That's good you got off the rail, too.
Yes.
Mark Kendall, has this been a ball or what?
Yeah, awesome, man.
Thank you, Mark,
Okay,
for taking
thanks, you
time
guys.
for your busy schedule and coming and helping me with this and being part of this. I love you, pal. You're a great friend, and
Thank you.
And I couldn't
Thank
be
you,
more
guys.
happy. Take
Awesome,
care.
man.
See you, Rockstar. Let me trip on it.
Tripping on it.
Yeah, he's such a great guy. Now here, Jerry, I think I need to bump. Well, I can't tell yet if I'm coming up for the 9 or the... Oh, I played shape on the 2 on purpose. Now that for as chicken as I am, was a good shot. Because I knew this was the right shot, but boy, I didn't want to do this. I did not want to do this.
Well,
at
this is a
fourth.
little bit tricky too because
Yes.
you've got to either roll way, hold
I gotta
up,
come forward
hold
for the
up, or
9.
you got to come way, or the 9 goes through that hole.
Oh, no.
No, you
Okay, I
held
see.
up.
Oh, because now I can bump the 1 out. I did this so I can bump the 1 out. Yeah, I played that little 3-ball pattern to nudge this 1. And if I mess this up right here, done.
Wow,
That was
What
a nice
sweet
shot. That
little-
was a sweet little nibble. Now, this shot, I need to make the 5, come up above the 14.
All right, well, you just did that perfect little nudge there to kick out your break ball, but you've still got these ticklish little shots that
Yes.
you've got to get around these balls clean.
Yes, got to get out the right angle. And I actually landed, I mean, this was maybe lucky because nobody's this good. I mean, I got within a half an inch of where I wanted to get. Now I can slide over for the 9. I just remembered, hey, make sure the pocket isn't full of the pool balls. So cleared out the pocket, and I'm actually going to put them over to the other so if I don't, do it in that
Just
pocket.
no, just because you gave yourself something nervous to do.
Well, but the balls will jump out if they're full.
Well, I know, but they didn't need to come out of that pocket.
Right.
You
Well,
just-
yeah, but I'm figuring I might shoot one over there and I'll forget. But still, you're right. It's just nervous energy.
just need something to do.
Okay, now here's where, you just have to hit your marks here. There's no way around it. You got to draw back just right. And all I'm thinking here too, I know this is such a negative thought, but I'm just thinking don't miscue. I'm a rack away or so of, something I've been trying for 25 years, and I have to hit this shot good. Watch this. Wham. Bottom
rail
left English,
out.
and come just over
You
perfect.
come up short, glue on the
I come
rail,
over-
it's over.
right.
Overdraw
or
it, come
just
out to the
anything.
table.
Yeah.
It's over.
And this shot has to miss this 5-ball by. Now, guess what shot this is? Now, that last week at 490, I missed this same exact break shot.
The same ball.
Well, the same ball. A 5-ball cutting to the right, and it was about like this. I hit it a little heavy, and I look at Doug, and we don't even want to say it, but I go, Doug, look at here. 490, and I'm shooting the 5-ball to the right. Oh, my God. And this has tied my high run. So, as you can imagine, I'd like to make this ball. And
So what's going on now? You're pacing around. Neither of you you're not talking to Doug. You guys
Doug
aren't
won't
saying
even look at me.
won't even look
When I
at
get
you.
up this high, he literally averts his eyes to the floor when he pulls the rack up because I'm trying to get him to look at me like, can you believe this? He won't look at me. He's freaking out too, believe me. He won't even make eye contact with me. Because he gets up, he gets antsy, and he's so fidgety right now. He's not even setting down. Look at him pacing around, and I go to shoot this break ball. He walks back over there probably. I mean, he's like me. He
Look
is
at
all.
this. You're
I'm
talking to
freaking
Felicity
out.
on the side there. Or-
I'm putting my extension on my cue so I can reach a little better. And then I chalk up a little more, and I just say, please, God, one time, can I make this ball, not dog it? Oh, I don't even want to shoot it. I just can't stand the anxiety and the tension. Like they say,
Okay, you just
the anticipation of death is worse than death itself. The anticipation of this is worse than missing it. It's just like I can't
so
do
you
it.
just put your cue down and walked off camera.
I think I'm just. Oh, I remember what happens. I remember. I actually get choked up emotionally here. I'm kind of embarrassed to say, but I walk over to the corner and Felicity says something like, "You got this, honey," and I look at her like, "Hey, I know what this means," and kind of emotion comes over me, and I just sat down in my chair for about 10 seconds and try to gather myself. This is one of the scariest shots I ever shot in my life. I know that sounds stupid because it isn't that hard, but at the time.
Bingo.
And then to look and see all the balls kind of lay decent. I'll tell you what, I have to actually shoot
You're
a little bit
jacked
of a
up.
combination here to get started.
Did you start with that 13.6?
I have to shoot the 13.6, which isn't too tough, but in this scenario it is.
So you're saying you got a little emotional gnat right now,
Right there,
or
because I just knew that this was it. I'm 2 racks from doing this, and I sat down in my chair, and I teared up a little bit. I just got really choked up with like, oh my God, this is gonna happen maybe. But I told her, I said, I feel different today. That energy drink that I drank, I feel very energized, but not shaky as much. And I told everybody, I think I can handle it. I'm gonna pull it off finally.
Well, like I told you a little bit ago, when you were on that other 490,
Yeah.
you missed a ball at about 30, 450.
Well, I made
or
it, but I hit it
450. No,
ugly,
you
yeah,
didn't. Yeah,
yeah.
you didn't miss it, but you wobbled it in, and it shook your confidence.
Oh, absolutely.
But you've been playing so good right here that you're still on that razor's edge between concentration and not bordering into carelessness.
That's right.
And not falling back into stiff.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
You know,
And-
you've
you're absolutely
played
right.
your way through it.
Yeah, and if anybody thinks that shot right there is harder on a 4x8 than a 9-footer, I mean, it's like a foot shorter shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I shouldn't even talk about that no more, but it's kind of my pet peeve.
Okay, dab a little
So
combination.
now here's where it gets funny. I've never heard Doug utter the words, look, I hit that a little rough. I've never heard Doug say the words 500 and something. And I know that if I get through this rack, I'm at 504. And it's just like, wow, I can't believe this. I couldn't believe it. When he said the words 504, it really blew me away. Because I didn't think I'd ever hear somebody say the words 500.
Yeah.
Oh my God, do I shoot this on the side? Oh.
Wiping his
Wow.
hands.
That's when the music just went right there. Wow. So we're at
Circling.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So at 6. So I'm at 496. Now I'm thinking, obviously, please don't skid. So I'm shooting this ball with a little bit of inside English. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. That could have skidded on me. There's 497. Now, this combination really isn't missable, but still, they always seem missable. 498. And now I still don't have a great break shot. I need to draw into this one ball right here. I think I try to draw into this one just ever so slightly.
You've got work to do here.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not out of the woods at all. And my feel is completely gone. I feel like I'm playing with baseball gloves on my hand. Like, I have no touch.
Just relying on your fundamentals.
How about that little shot? You think that wasn't key? Bump
Yeah.
that sucker over there? Whew.
Yeah. If you hit it,
Yeah,
if you hit
it,
one side or the
oh,
other,
you're
and it's
toast,
not,
Ola.
it's not a break shot, then it just nudges into the others. And
Now, this shot here is kind of interesting. Okay, when I follow forward, you're going to see what happens here. Okay. Now, oh, I see what I'm going to do. Okay, I'm going to get, yeah, I think Doug just told me I just crossed the 500 barrier. And I'm just like relieved. I didn't realize that at the time. That was how many I was on. I kind of got lost in the moment. Doug just came up and said that's 500. Actually, that's 500 on the nose.
on the nose.
And this is where my emotion and my anxiety level is at a level that I've almost never experienced before. I mean, I've had massive feelings of sadness and gladness, but it's almost a feeling of both, of stress and anxiety and elation mixed into one, to where, I mean, I almost am bursting out into tears. Like I'm just like beside myself with stress. Because I'm thinking, oh man, I'm just like 2 racks from doing this. Finally, after 20 years, maybe I can not dog it. Now this right here was a good shot. I remember this. I got to pivot 2 rails around and land just right. And that one ball, I can already tell this one ball, if I can get on it, is even the kind of break shot that even a dog like me can make. I can handle this one ball even nervous, you know what I'm saying? But if I get bad on it and get far away, then it's, and obviously don't come up short here. You got to hit this just right. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Now don't miscue.
You should have a perfect angle on the 9 to just drift over.
Well, this
for
is
the
where
break
my
shot.
timing goes, Jerry. My backswing gets short and choppy when I'm nervous. But it looks like it's holding together, and then this is just a
Timing
dream.
looks right.
No,
I
it
mean,
looks
it's-
okay to me.
Yeah, this is perfect.
You want to keep your... The pool room, you can't see it, but there's about 15, 20 people just flipping out. All my buddies have came down. People have been texting, going, he's at 480. One guy was on the 13th hole of a very expensive golf course, drove off the golf course with like 5 holes to play. On a golf course, it's like $140 to play, and raced down to the pool room with champagne to watch the tail end of this.
Doug threw that first ball in with authority.
Oh, 100 miles an hour. I'm lucky you didn't hit the one. So now we're at 504, and I have a break shot, and this is where Roger Long said, man, good luck handling them last 20, 30 balls, because they're going to feel like a mountain. And What I'm hoping for here is a real, like what I call a buttercup layout, where I break them and they all open, and I can just sort of choke my way through the run, because I am beyond uneasy at this point. And I'm really looking back, I'm surprised I pulled this off, because I was so nervous here that my touch and feel and aim were probably diminished by 30-40%. I was really just trying to just shake every ball in the hole.
Your body language looks like you're in a bit of a fog.
Yeah, like, oh, I am. I
don't say a bit. It looks like you're in a fog.
Totally. I am totally in a fog.
Now you're double checking the coin going around the table, because you don't really believe
that I've just lapped it twice.
That you're just in the five. You're at 504.
Oh no, wait. No, I've lapped it. I've lapped it twice.
36.
Yeah. Yeah, we've lapped the table completely twice. I don't know what I'm doing, but I think I'm just
praying.
I'm just talking to Felicity, and I'm talking to Doug, and they're turning the lights on in the pool room to open for business. But we had a lot of people in there that were close friends that were watching, so that was kind of fun.
So yeah, you're double checking the.
I'm asking Doug on his chart. I said, "How many is 36 racks?" And he says 504.
Yeah, because you want to know where the finish line is.
I need to know
if you're going to faint. You want to know you faint on 527.
Well, because I don't want to play an in pattern that I don't need. If I have to just shoot a dead end stop shot to get 527, that's what I'm going to do. Forget running 626.
Right,
I don't want to try to open a cluster and get a skid, and then they go, "You needed one and you missed it." Oh my God. So hit this with high ball as hard as you can hit it. Bam. Oh man, look at this. Look at this. We got action. I was like, oh God. There's 505. I mean, I could barely walk.
You've got concrete shoes on.
Dude, I can barely step. It's like a dang strange feeling. And I'm kind of looking at this rack going, I don't have many break shots that are dead perfect. That 13 ball that's on the right would work. But I have a lot of lanes that need to be dealt with here.
Just that little 514 down there can end a ton of runs.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. If I remember right,
so you're going to play the 214 combination?
I think I should, but I don't think I do that.
Or the 13, whatever that stripe end of the 14. And
I guess I
play the 2.
I think I shoot the 6 ball.
Oh boy!
Oh, I can't believe I shot. This was missable. This had angle on it. You can hit these heavy right into the end rail sometimes when you're dogging it. Ooh, man, I didn't want to do that again.
Man, you're getting close.
Oh God, Jerry, I'm telling you, I remember this so vividly. I'm getting sweaty hands just watching this run. Like right there, I'm thinking, don't roll up right against the ball, But I'm starting to think, oh man, I'm going to wiggle my way through this rack and be at 518, and that's what I'm dreading. 518.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to have to break the balls at 518. Oh God. And me, I'm a negative person. I'm not going, I got this. I'm just thinking, oh my God, I'm going to be the biggest choker ever. The glass is half full with a dead bug in it at all times. My wife will tell you the same thing. I mean, it's just I can't ever think positive.
Okay, you're gonna just nibble.
Now I have
to play quarter.
Here's the problem: if I come up an inch off this back rail, then when I shoot the 5, I run into the 14, and I don't want to do that.
You gotta stay under it.
See that? That was a good shot.
I know.
It looked easy, but it had to be exact. Now I can run out without touching anything. I maybe even can roll forward and push the 4 out for a break ball or the 8. No, I don't have the guts for that right now. I'm just in nibble mode. I'm in super nibble mode.
I think that 12, 13 is going to end up being your key ball, break ball.
But it's not ideal because there's nothing connecting to it. Now that took a little guts to shoot with inside English. I was proud of that shot. That could have been really just.
Looks like you're straight enough on that 7 or whatever it is. You can just roll forward, get on the 9. It'll put you on the right side of the 3 of that. 12, 13, or the.
You got to hit your marks. Here's where all your position play is exaggerated here, like right there. Okay, I think I should shoot the 12, and then the 9. Let's shoot the 12, then the 9, because that 12 is in an unhelpful position. You'd have to get back on top of it or below it, and it's no good. The side pocket's too sharp. Oh, I'll shoot the 12.
That 12 ball is. You play that as a key ball. I mean, a million
Well,
times. That
but
is, you
there's
love
nothing
that key
connecting
ball.
to it though.
You love that key ball coming off. If you could stop on the 13 or 2 or any of those down there and just roll the 12 in. I'm not
the
saying.
side?
Yeah,
Oh
I'm
man,
not
it's
saying
a little
it.
sharper on the side.
I'm not saying that it's a lot of fun at 520.
Yeah.
But that is a very common
yeah.
pattern for you.
Now this, I was surprised I had the
At 70, that's just like stealing.
man. I'm telling you, that 12 on the side looks terrifying. Unless
No,
you got
that's what you're
perfect
gonna do. You do it. That. If there's any break shot pattern that you play more consistently, then it's that one where you just play one into the side and roll right in.
Okay. Well, you would
But
know.
yeah, but it's nothing at at
60.
50 balls.
Yeah, you wouldn't worry about it. So now here you're thinking, obviously, don't miscue, don't run into nothing. I got to snip up above these balls a little bit.
Yep.
Okay, or whatever. I have to do whatever I got to do. It's got to be right. Now this is actually laying good. Now you can go 4, 2, 8, 12, or 4, 8, 2. But I want to make sure I get up on the 2. That way I'm playing shape on both of them. See, like that. Oh, I did play for the 8. That's fine.
No, I think you were trying to get on the 2.
I was trying to get on the 2 probably, looking at this now, but
You were a little bit on the 50 here, but
oh my God, I'm at 5 like 16. No, 5:15.
yeah, you just want to get straight in on this 2 so bad.
Here's 5:16.
How's the speed? Perfect. There you go.
Oh, that was nice.
Look at that. You're down. You stayed down on that ball and begged every inch.
Oh, every inch. So here's 5:17.
This is a. If there's ever a John Schmidt final pattern, this is it.
Well, I'll tell you what. The way I was feeling, I can't believe I didn't dog it off. This shot here looked absolutely terrifying to me. I remember shooting this ball and thinking, don't hit the point. Don't hit the point going in.
Either of them.
Because it would all be pressure induced. I could shoot this in with my face when I'm relaxed. But this shot right here, I mean, it is missable if you flinch, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, God, it just barely missed the point. Now, this break shot, by straight pull standards, is a hanger. At 5:18, this is the scariest shot I've ever shot in my pool career. I mean, because all I'm thinking is, with every practice swing, I'm going, that's too heavy, that's too thin, that looks about right. No, maybe that was too thin. Oh, that's too heavy. Let's hit it hard, no soft, maybe topspin, maybe drop. I mean, I just can't even think straight. It's like, hit it. I mean, I remember this shot, and I just wanted to close my eyes.
You're serious? All of those things were going through your head?
I had so many thoughts. Like, I got down on it, and I'm like, no, that's too thick, that's too thin.
I remember you told me on the 490 when you missed that 5-ball break shot.
Yep.
That the pressure became so much that you, at one point, you just mentally told yourself, I'm pulling the trigger. I got to get this over.
Right. Even though I don't think I'm ready and I don't like where I'm aiming.
You didn't
just
look
throw
right.
the cue.
You
I
just
just
had
went,
to-
screw it. And then I went, oh, God, I missed it. And that's what I was thinking here. Don't hit this heavy. But then I went, well, that's too thin. I'm going to overcut it. I mean, trust me, I kind of just flailed this ball in, scared to death. I never got settled on this ball. I promise you. It never looked right to me. Because I don't know what it's supposed to look like at 5:18. I don't have any memory banks of that, you know. Believe me, right here, I'm having awful thoughts every time I'm looking at the ball. I'm like, that's too thin. That's too thick. Oh, God.
And then
Oh, Lord.
you're spinning
Please
a
help
little
me.
bit. You're spinning.
One time, baby Jesus. Oh, God. And I shot it. And then I'm thinking.
Now you're just following the cue ball.
Well, how you like this? Here's the shot I get to shoot at 5:19. I got to punch this 4-ball up table, and I'm 2 inches off the back rail, or an inch. This was so rotten. And I have a cluster in the middle. I've got balls tied up. This was pretty much the last thing in the world a guy who's having a heart attack needs. Like, I needed an easy layout with easy shots, and I've got to shoot this, and just, it was my worst nightmare, Jerry. For 25 years, I thought, what kind of break shot am I going to do at 5:18? And then what kind of layout? Here's my nightmare. You get to shoot the 4-ball with a cut upstream an inch off the back rail to nothing.
Yeah, you're trying to roll it in.
I have to get up on the 7 and then go into the cluster with no insurance. Oh, I can't wait to do that.
Yeah.
That's why I'm pacing around pissed off. I'm going, this 12 ball, if it was down a half an inch,
Yeah.
I'm straight in on it.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, wow, this is how it's going to end. I'm just going to cut this right into the end rail, or, you know, this was a pretty intense little thing here. I just remember hating it. And in any other scenario in my career,
You're cussing those 2 balls.
I'm
You're
cussing. I'm
looking at this
looking at. I'm
combination.
even thinking about shooting a combination. because it would have opened the stack and everything. And Doug and I are talking about, Doug's going, you're going to shoot the combo? I go, well, the 4 doesn't lead to nothing. What am I going to have to do something? Because here's the problem. There's no guarantee I get on the 7 good enough to open them.
It's obvious what you have to do here. You just don't want to do it.
You know
just
what's funny
can't.
about this? I can even hear my own voice right now. I'm getting amped up and I'm talking faster. Just watching this, it's like reenacting a car wreck that you survived. My hands are sweaty right now. My mouth is dry. Just thinking about this day, I remember this so vividly that it is literally
It's
like watching a bad dream.
At this point, it's a nightmare.
Oh, God, you just don't know how I felt. This is worth about 20 grand to me making this shot. This shot right here is worth about 20,000 because he had no pressure. About 20,000 riding on making this ball.
Yeah.
That's the start to make this ball. Oh my God! When I saw that go down in the pocket, I've never felt.
Look, your speed was.
But here's the thing. Now guess what I get to do? I get to go into this cluster and I can scratch in this corner off them. I can get trapped.
You can't stop that ball. And
No,
get on the 2?
heck
You're
no.
you got an angle.
I have to go into this cluster and this is it. And I look at the guys over to the right and I'm telling them I have to shoot this 7 at 5. Oh, I don't know, 20. Hey, like this, I'm at 520 shooting this ball. And I'm telling a full-blown story to somebody just because I'm so nervous I don't want to shoot. This is
so you're at 521 right now?
You know what I wanted to do?
5.
I wish I could go straight forward and get on the balls in the back rail, but I have to go into these balls here. Now sweat this. This is the luckiest thing I've ever seen in this particular spot. Okay? Because I'm dead in the water here. I'm going into these balls with no insurance. Obviously, this ball's missable if I try to overdo the angle. So I have to make a good strike with a lot of follow, and then I have to not scratch or get stuck. I'm at the mercy of the pull gods, and one time they didn't torture me. I could barely make a bridge. I'm so uncomfortable. This was a good hit to make this ball, believe me. Look at this. Look at this butter. Sweat it. Oh, wait a minute.
You got to play the.
I got to play the 6 ball. Oh, God. I got to make the 6 right here.
And I'm not straight in on that.
Oh,
one
you know what?
table.
I'm going to tell you something. This is one of the best shots I've ever made at this speed. Watch this. Watch this, Jerry. I got to hit this 6 ball at like 3 miles an hour with inside English. You want to talk about missable? Sweat this. To hold this ball and hold, look at this, look at this. At 520, I nip it in with a ton of left at slow speed.
Curve it.
Oh, that was a fantastic little shot. And now,
Is any of the pressure alleviating at this part?
God, no, I still need like 3 or 4 balls.
But balls are now they're looking makeable.
Well, they're looking makeable, but they're definitely not hangers.
Well, this is a funny angle.
You know what happens here? I have to nip the 2 in and brush the 5.
And brush the 5.
This was one of the scariest shots because if I overhit it, I'm screwed. Oh, that was a good one. Now I need 3 balls to break the record. And Doug's telling me you need 3. And I ask him again, how many do I need to tie? He goes, 2 to tie, 3 to win. I make a ball, then I go, how many do I need to tie? I mean, I can't even think straight at this point. I'm asking him, how many do I need like 6 times? And he keeps telling me, you need 2 balls to tie and 3 to win. And then I'd shoot one in. I go, what'd you say? Like, believe me, I was not thinking clearly at this point. And of course, I don't want to shoot anything with high ball where it could skid. I want to use outside English on every ball, just a little bit outside. So I bump this in with outside. And now I need, and I asked Doug, how many do I need? He goes, you need 1 to tie, 2 to win.
And they all look impossible.
They look like I could get a skid. I got to shoot this ball. If I shoot this ball with left, my cue ball comes there. I don't want to shoot this ball. I can't shoot this ball.
Yeah, it grazes off the other
I know
stripe.
that players are going to go, come on, John, this is a hanger.
Oh.
But at the time, I was losing my mind. And I'm saying to myself, well, I'm done. This run ends anyway. Let's just get over the 527 because I can't get out the way the balls are laying.
Right.
This is a miracle, the way these are laying for me to continue.
Then you just held up your hand. I need 2.
I'm asking Doug again, 2 to tie or to win? He goes, you need to make this to tie. I made it. He goes, okay, you need this next ball to break the record. And I can't even shoot it. I can't make myself shoot it. I go to the bathroom. I put my cue down.
Smartly.
Well, I look at this shot and I go, this has to go in. But you know what? Looking back, I think it was a done thing. If I go in the bathroom and slip on water and knock myself unconscious, the record never gets broke. I mean, the record never gets broke. You think I don't think negatively? I look back, I go, how could you not just shoot that in and get the record? You could have had a heart attack and died in the bathroom. The way I was feeling, it's a miracle I'm alive anyway.
You figured your days were over. You're about to have a coronary anyway.
Look at this. I can't even shoot it. Now, this is when a customer usually walks up and just rakes the balls with his hands. Now, Doug's cleaning my cue. He's probably going to hit a few practice shots here while I'm gone. And I'm surprised he didn't rake the balls.
He won't talk to you.
No,
but
no, it was funny. A lot of people don't know this. We both went towards the bathroom at about 480, and we were going down the same aisle, and then he went around these couches, and I looked at him. I go, don't you avoid making eye contact with me. And he wanted to smile. He would not say nothing. He wouldn't look at me. He wouldn't make eye contact. He goes into this total thing where he's like, when he gets on a big run, he does not want anything to be his fault, and I would never blame him. But he won't even look at me. I'm telling you, right? This rack,
well,
I can't even get eye contact.
He's about to have a coronary too.
He is, because believe me, we've been through the trenches on this thing, him and I. Now I'm coming back,
you're
and
back.
I looked at the thing and I said, but here's another thing I'm thinking. We might have miscounted with the coin. So in my mind, I want to run another 20 balls to make sure I've gotten over the record. Because we might have made a miscount with the coin. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh no, we've been through that already.
So I'm thinking I need to get out this rack to make sure. Now I'm air drying my hands a little bit.
No, there's people in the room.
Oh yeah, the place has got a pretty good amount of people to the right. They're out of camera view. They're sitting there just like
nobody's
dead.
talking. No. Nobody's.
Everybody's got their phones off. They're like dead silent, standing there like this. Now here's the funny thing. This shot right here, I could shoot in with my foot. I almost missed this ball.
I know you say that.
Everybody says it went through the dead center. Oh, it did not. It went through the left side of the pocket. I dogged my brains out on this.
Here we go.
Shot. Watch how far to the left this ball goes in the pocket.
It went right in the center.
No, it didn't. It hit the left facing.
You didn't hit a rail.
No, it grazed the left facing going in. Now.
You know what? It's 2 weeks later and you're still dogging it.
Oh, I'm dogging it sitting here watching us. Now, this shot here, now I'll tell you something. This shot right here for the scenario was pretty sporty. Because I had to punch this and come back.
No, you're going to cut the 15 in and open those two little balls.
I wanted to, but I didn't. I wasn't laying right on it yet. No, I shoot the one in and draw back. Watch this position
So
shot.
you've just gone, as Doug said anything, and nobody said a word. You just broke it. Nobody says congratulations.
Doug, nobody has said nothing. I'm not hugging nobody. I want to keep going and keep trying because I want to put this record away far enough.
You have no idea what's ahead of you here.
No idea.
I mean, nobody has any idea what's ahead of you.
I'm going to run another 100 balls.
Look at this shot right here.
Well, this is at 528 right here.
You got to spin this sucker.
I'm spinning the crap out of it and
with control. There.
How'd I hit it?
I can't believe you didn't shoot the 15.
Well, the 15 was scary too because I would have just.
That 10 does not dribble in.
The 10 dribbles in. Now I can make it. I played shape on the 15 and the 10. How about that shot?
No, you're still going to come around 2 rails and open it up, aren't you?
I don't think so, Jaybird. I think I can make. I think I make a nice shot here. Look at this. I chunk it through the left side of the hole on purpose, obviously.
Yeah, you hit it. I made a break ball.
That was a good shot. Now I'm thinking, well, holy cow. We're over the number. The pressure.
The pressure is off.
Not off, but it's a whole different animal. I might could start functioning.
Your blood
again.
is actually circulating through your system.
I could spell my name and everything at this point. When 10 minutes ago, I couldn't tell you what day it was. This was a good shot right here.
That was
Nibbled
a nice
that
little
5
nudge.
out. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good little shot right there. Now I got 2 break shots, 2 gee balls. Now I'm talking trash and smiling. Everything's fine.
The world is
the world's a wonderful
again.
place. The dead bug's been removed from my glass of water. Well, I think we're gonna have a.
Look at the bounce in your step.
We're gonna have a guest. We're gonna have a guest. Oh yeah, I'm leaping around the table. So we've got somebody coming up here pretty soon, don't we, to join us in the booth here?
Yes, we do. We'll pocket these last 2 miracle balls
and then bring him in. Okay. Nice, nice. For the circumstances, that's perfect. Not great, but it'll work. What in the
This
world?
is not great. I think this
Oh,
sucks.
this isn't bad. At pocket speed, this ball, you should dribble these 14s in. You just don't want to overcut it. You got to favor the left side of the pocket. And
Oh, you're playing the 14.
Yeah.
Because you're just too straight on the 9.
Yeah, now watch this. I remember this shot. I come over. Look at how thin I got on this ball. This ball is at 500 and 500 and what? 32. This is a pretty good shot at 532.
38 racks, 532 balls.
Whoa.
All right, folks.
Incredible. Incredible. That's all I can say.
All right, everybody. I'm going to introduce to you one of my best friends I've known since I was 17 years old. What's your name again?
Lou Sardo.
Lou Sardo. Now, I expect absolute silence here while I tell you the score.
Okay.
So I've known Lou since I was 17 years old, and
That's 38 years, if you want to know.
if you want to know. Yeah. And Lou is the inventor of the Sardo tight rack, which we've been using, and was Lou. The Sardo tight rack changed the game of pool. Everybody, what'd you say to the camera there? Do you remember?
I actually was joking around. I said, get some of that, Anger. That's what I said to the crowd. I don't like him much, to be honest with you. And he can get played still to this day, if you're listening, Thomas.
Okay, so Lou Sardo changed the game of pool because for 100 years people have been talking about wanting the tight rack, and the racks aren't tight, and trying to get the perfect rack, and everybody's made a bunch of different wooden racks and all this stuff, and everybody complaining about the balls. Lou put his mind to it and created this product, the Sardo tight rack, oddly enough called the tight rack, where it's a series of mechanisms and buttons that are putting exactly the right pressure on the balls, holding them together and holding them down to the cloth. And the thing that he realized was that the precision of racking the balls in the exact same place on the table is the key, because now the table gets conditioned to a perfectly tight rack. Well, where I say that changed the game is suddenly now the balls were all frozen.
Yeah.
Which means when you break, balls go in the pocket.
And the players can't touch the balls with their hands and manipulate
You can't
things.
manipulate them.
Love it.
Now the corner ball, 9-ball tournaments, the corner ball started flying in from everywhere. Then you got the players that started figuring out how to break exactly the right speed.
Sure.
And now everybody decided, well, maybe we don't want a tight rack anymore. Because it totally changed the way we approached. So while I was working with John and we were friends, and I was supporting his run and would go up and see him, and we'd talk all kinds of do commentary on matches and just different things. I then decided, hey, I gotta let Lou know what we're doing, because he runs a multi-million-dollar business and he's got a family and he's got a million things going. And I said, but there's no bigger pool fan and straight pool fan than Lou Sardo.
Right.
Now, you guys had known each other from 20 years ago when the rack was on the
everybody
market.
knows Lou Sardo. I mean, he's more known in pool than I am. Lou Sardo has been a friend of pool for a long time. And I want to interject one thing real quick about this rack. And I was guilty of this myself. A lot of people always said, well, once you've made the little indentations in the fibers of the cloth, what do you really need the rack for? And I'll admit, I was kind of guilty of that myself. I thought, yeah, the indentations are there. And Lou explained to me very clearly that when the balls get hit over and over, it elongates those little divots like a ditch getting elongated. And what the little fingers of the rack does, it keeps pressing the ball straight down and reinforcing that little microscopic divot. I'm telling you, folks, this rack is awesome, because what it does is it gives you a tight rack without hand oils getting on the balls and without an opponent being able to cheat. And for the purist out there, you have to put the rack on this exact spot, so I can't fudge the rack high or low, left or right, so you don't get player manipulation. I mean, it just does more than just a tight rack. So anyway,
there's precision marks that are made on the cloth,
Yes.
and there's little indicators on the side of tight rack that as you go, you line them up in those little spot, and they get indexed in the exact same spot. Now, what you're doing is he's touching the balls right there
To see if they're
now,
frozen.
Yeah, it's not that he's moving the balls, But as you touch an object that's solid like a table, you can see it's not moving. There's no space, there's no nothing. So you're just touching the balls because you can't see sometimes little microscopic. And this allowed you to go into the balls, take a little bit of speed off of some of these break shots, and have the balls just open up.
That's a great point, Jerry. And here's something I want to say. See, Lou Sardo isn't trying to sell these racks, really. That's not his mission.
They're not on the
It's
market.
not his mission. Yeah. But here's one thing. My contribution to this whole thing for Lou is that I don't like to be told I'm wrong when I know I'm right. And Lou Sardo was right. And a lot of people told him, that rack's this, that rack's no good, you don't need it, it's overkill. Lou was dead right all along. And it had to be demoralizing for him to know he was right. And so it's kind of cool that I could break a 65-year record. And believe me, a lot of the reason I broke it is because of this rack. I'd like to get all these racks and burn them so nobody else could ever use them and ever break my record. But basically, my contribution to this whole thing is, Lou, you were right, and I'm glad I got to help show people that you were right, because there's nothing more aggravating than the world saying you're kind of maybe right, half right.
Oh no,
when you're right.
I don't know say about right. It changed the game.
Absolutely.
I mean, so there was tournaments where then people were using the Sardo tight rack, and they loved the idea that the balls are really frozen and you can't manipulate them and all that. But then they started saying, well, in a 9-ball tournament, let's rack the rack high and put the 9-ball on the spot, and maybe that'll keep the corner ball from going in. Well, it just changed the game.
Straight pull fixes all that.
Corey Deuel figured out how it was. I think was the first one that figured out really how to hit them with a precision speed, make a corner ball, and just run racks. Now guys are running 9s and 10s, running out whole sets.
Because they're getting straight up. That's fine.
Because of the precision of the product. So, anyways, the rack is not on the market. He pulled one out of his personal collection, and sent it to you because, and as I told him, this is the next step of what you really need. Is because you've got everything else dialed in. You've got new cloth. You understand everything that's going on, the frictions of the balls, the humidity of the room, everything.
But there was one thing I didn't understand. I did not understand how to use the Sardo tight rack. I didn't turn pro until 03. I didn't start playing tournaments till 03. The Sardo tight rack was really fully on the market around the turn of the century. And so what happens is, Lou graciously gave me one of these racks and said, good luck, Well, I started using this in Phoenix.
Well, no,
I didn't know how to use it.
I came up there, and I came up there when you first used it the last week or so in Monterey.
Right.
And I set the table up, and we used it up there, and you got good results with it.
I did.
Then you went to Phoenix, and I couldn't,
Go.
I was talking about trying to make it out there, but I was busy with business.
You didn't care about me enough, but go ahead.
I didn't care about you enough. So you went out there, and the table didn't get set up right. That's where you want to pick the story up.
Now, here's what, to the pool fans out there, you talk about a great guy. This is what Lou Sardo did. Lou Sardo dropped his, again, multi-million-dollar business, wife and family, and everything he had to do, and jumped on a plane and told me, I'm going to fly out there tomorrow morning and show you how to set this rack up, because I was ready to give up. I was going to not use the rack. I said, it's not racking them tight. I don't understand how it works, because it takes some understanding, right?
And what happened, I was watching, you were live streaming, and Jerry's at the convention.
Yeah.
And I'm calling Jerry, and I'm saying, they're not using the rack properly.
Right.
They're hitting the balls, and they're all staying stuck together. They're not tapping it in properly.
I didn't do it right.
And so that's where the problem was.
Absolutely.
And Lou just said, I'll be on a plane.
So think about that. Lou drops what he's doing, buys a ticket, and comes out the next morning, takes me to breakfast and says, John, don't worry, I'm going to set the rack up for you. He sets the rack up, and I think I ran like 293 the first day with it, and I went, oh my God. So Lou Sardo saved my butt, and he's just been a great friend to billiards and to myself. And so people are going to go, well, Lou's trying to sell this product off John's. Lou's not trying to sell nothing. He doesn't need to sell anything. He just tried to help me. Yeah. And Lou, you're a great guy, and I appreciate and love you, pal. And you're just a good dude. And to have you here for this
I was at the U.S. Open straight pool tournament in Vegas.
Yeah.
And I managed to lose my first match.
Nice. I've done that many times.
And then then I get the phone call from Felicity. Right about here, where she calls and tells me he's at 600 and still shooting.
Wow.
So
well, I'm not
I called,
at 6 yet, but
no, you're not. You're right there.
610.
I'm at 560
he's at, that's the message I get from him. He's at 600.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at a happy camper.
I look at the camera like, huh?
Look at how happy Johnny is.
And she texts me.
So, yes.
And she texted me, and I didn't even check my text, and you called me.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you the truth, Johnny. I started crying. I got so choked up.
Because you're part of this, you know.
Well,
you're pulling for me.
Well, really, just because the effort that was necessary
by everybody
to pull off this feat.
By Doug
and Doug and
my
you.
Wife. My wife loves her dog more than life
Incredible.
itself, and
Yes.
she doesn't get to be with her dog for 30 days at a clip when we do this. And her little dog, that's our
she
baby.
loves that dog way more
I do
than she
too.
loves you. Yeah.
No, I do too. I love that little dog. It's like our little child. And so when we do this, like, it's a team effort. Like, we're on the road, and Doug, and I'm trying
Okay,
to...
I'm lost. Where are we right now?
We're at about probably 550 right here.
No, that's
Maybe 560?
so you got over...
Oh, this is it right here. This is where I make an incredible shot right here at 560. This is 561.
This is 560.
Now look at here. I'm stuck. Stuck like Chuck. I steal 60 balls right here because I got to shoot a shot here. In a tournament, I might have taken a foul here. This shot here is the first truly low percentage, like I have to go for it type situation where I wouldn't maybe. Because the run really would have been 560 in a tournament. But I go for a billiard here because it's all I got, and I make it. And on new cloth, and the fact that I'm white and not Filipino brings my make percentage way down. This shot on old dirty cloth is much easier because the ball tracks down the tangent line. But on new cloth, it hits and arcs and loops, and it's very hard to gauge. They're hard to gauge anyway. But under these conditions, this shot was almost impossible by my standards. Now, the big pockets and the new cloth kind of negate that and help the ball go in. But just tracking the cue ball from this 12 to this 14.
Oh, how thin you got to hit
so
the 6.
Well, I actually have to hit the 12 kind of heavy and get it to...
Oh, you're going off the 12 ball,
I'm going to
not
go
the
off
6.
the 12 and into this 14.
Oh, yeah.
And I scream. I mean, I make a shot
Okay,
like...
now you're looking... I remember you were looking at a 3... Doug saying 3-ball combination. Two combinations into the 1? Or...
Doug was calling... Yeah, Doug's a little optimistic, we'll say. He says, shoot the 3-ball combo on the side. And I said, well, I'd rather catch Ebola virus than shoot that. I try to cut this 15 ball. This 15 ball that's on the spot to the right, but I'm impeded by the 7. So I tell everybody, guys, the only shot I got is this billiard. I mean, it's the only shot, and I said I can only make this about 1 in 12. And now watch this. This was such, and I kept lowering my tip down more and more because I know it's going to arc on me. Holy cow, I can't believe. I go, get in! I scream, get in. I make it at 561. And then I looked at the crowd and I go, it's on like Donkey Kong now. I might run some balls now because the heat's off. I made that. I said, what's happening? The pool gods are shining on me. I might go nuts here.
It's time.
It might be time. All those scratches and all those miscues and all those...
So Lewis, we were on the phone back in 6 or 7 times on that.
Oh, my God.
So I was in Vegas. I just got in the car, forfeited my next match, and drove to Monterey.
That is so great.
You know what I like about this? There's so many things. I like the fact that America did this. American ingenuity and hard work. You know, I mean, there's a lot of countries that could have done this, a lot of great players, but luckily an American did this. An older player did this. There's a lot of guys that start talking about, well, my eyes are going bad. I'm too old to play good. Hey, I'm 46. I'm not ready for the glue factory, so it kind of gives you some hope that you don't have to be 18 years old to play great pool. I did this for my dad and my wife and Easy Street and Predator Q's and Lou Sardo and Jerry McWorter and Doug Desmond and Felicity. And, you know, it's just really a lot of fun to be able to do this in the twilight of my career when I started having a lot of doubts, yet people believed in me and said, hey, I think you still got some good play in you left. And we're behind you, and they showed me support. And it's kind of the ultimate story of look what can happen when you believe and fight hard and put in the work and treat people good where they want to help you. And it's been such a team thing. It's just fantastic.
And have more talent than any living
Well,
human.
that's,
I mean, you could add that in there too.
Well, I don't know that I have more talent, but I would like to think that this reconfirms in my mind and maybe the pool public's mind that I'm a good player and that I'm one of the good players out there, and you know, to not forget about me. I can play a little too.
Well, I'll tell you this. Let me say a couple things. One thing I want to do is is thank Jerry here, because
Oh, yeah.
Jerry, I got the phone call, said that John wants to use the rack. We're gonna, and
Put the whole thing
I said
together.
okay, and then we went from there, and it all worked out.
Yes.
But I got to tell you something. I was never real close to John. I knew John. He knew me, of course.
Yeah.
But the only thing is we weren't close until till this thing happened and I got involved.
Yeah, we've gotten to know
and
each
I
other
and I
good.
got to tell you this, and I'm not just telling you because you're sitting here. This is one of the greatest guys that I know. I'll tell you something.
Thanks.
Like, we were doing this stuff, and he's doing these incredible runs, and I'm up there with him. I'd go 3 days at a time or whatever we did, and we go to some great dinners, go to a great dinner. The next night, I want to go to another one, and he's saying, Lou, he's actually worried about me spending money. I've never had a pool shooter worry about me spending money before in my life. I love them all. They're wonderful. But I got to tell you, you actually... Like, he would be concerned. Like, we don't have to go there.
you don't have
How
to
about
take
if
me
we
to a
just?
nice dinner
How
to
about we
hang
just?
out.
I said, are you kidding? With what you're doing every day, we have to celebrate.
Right.
And the greatest thing of all is this week, because he pulled this off, and I told him we're having a 1 week party.
We have. Boy.
And you know what? We've had a party
We've had
every single
every
night,
night.
and
It's
he's
been
been with me
great.
a whole week. He's leaving tomorrow morning, and I told John, because we got very close through this whole thing, and his wife is off the chart.
sweetheart.
I got to tell you, talk about the wind beneath my wings.
Yep.
Jeannie's the wind beneath my wings, and I can assure you, Felicity is the
yeah.
wings beneath his wing.
Yep.
But I want to tell you, if this man was a plumber, I would be a very
Still
close
be
friend of
buddies.
his. This is a great
Well, thanks,
guy,
Lou. I appreciate
and I really
it.
mean
I feel
that.
the same way about you.
I really do.
Here's what straight pool has done for me. It's really given me a chance to be around good people. It's made connections with people over the years where straight pool is just, you gravitate towards just good, hardworking people. And I've been lucky. Everything I have, I owe to pool. I owe a lot of it to straight pool. And the fact that I was able to pull this off, and we've all been able to pull this off as a group, has been a lot of fun for me. For me to bring a little joy to people and inspiration is just something I'm thrilled and proud to do. And, it's funny how this whole thing started in the beginning was just Felicity and I. And then it's morphed into this monster of people that are interested and it cared and it pulled for me. And I didn't know that this was going to happen, because when I first started, I go, man, should I really do this? I'm just all by myself. Nobody cares. And throughout the years, all of a sudden now, Mr. Sardo's involved, Jerry's involved, my sponsor's digging it, Predator Q's is jumping on board, Town Chalk wants involved, Billiards Digest is writing articles, Jerry McWorter got me on the New York Times. And it just, and Doug and everything, it's just been a whirlwind. And it's been the ultimate testament to working hard and trying when nobody cares. Like the saying, you go into a job and you work long and hard and the boss will notice, and then 20 years later, you're the CEO of the company. Right. When I first started, this was a one-man operation and nobody cared. Right. But I worked really hard and I put in thankless hours and days where I was making no money. And now here it is where we're doing a voiceover. The billiard industry is watching. Mainstream media is taking a peek. My fellow pros have been saying good job. And it's just really something that I think is cool, It's really something cool. I'm thrilled about. And so I couldn't be more
for
pleased.
clarity, Mike Panozzo from Billiards Digest, he's the one that got the New York Times article.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mike, I got you on those local TV shows up there, and got the publicist and a lot of cool
Right.
coverage. But Mike, he got you that article from his connections, not wanting anything out of
right.
it, just
Just
wanting
to
to
help
help
pool.
and help pool and
Yep.
support, we just are really
What a great
Real
guy.
lucky.
He's
Yeah,
a
Mike
great
is
guy.
a great guy.
yeah,
And he's
not
always,
wanting anything in return,
Yep.
just really trying to doing what he could and the connection that he
Yeah.
had. Let me get I'm a
Ooh, I remember
full-time
this shot.
musician on top of
Oh yeah, you are
the other things
a
that I
great
do.
musician.
And I've had the opportunity and been around, great musicians and prodigies.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to give you my philosophy about them, the same as I do kind of pool players. I feel like you can only give them so much credit only to a certain level, because so many people work hard at what they do and practice hard and all that. But then there's that extra level that is just God-given gift.
Amen.
That is just they worked as hard and developed their skills like everybody else. But we know people that play 40 hours of pool a week and are never going to be able to play worth a damn.
Are you talking about me? I'm just curious.
You're in the 50-hour a week.
You're
different
talking
category.
about you.
And then you've got, but the same thing with musicians or guitar players or somebody that have been playing their whole lives and will never be like these top guys, because there's a God-given gift that's on top of all of that skill. You have that gift. If anybody that can shoot 4,000 break shots and miss literally two handfuls,
Unbelievable.
that's not.
And how about
you can't say, I just practiced real hard and I just focused and I really wanted to and wrong.
What would amaze me is I would sitting there watching, and he'll do like a 360 or something, and then something it skids or something happens, he misses, and then without a break, like he'll walk around the table 3 times maybe and muttering to himself, and then get right down and shoot 160. Then he'll get right down and put another 100 in. Like, I sit there and say, that's unbelievable that somebody can do that.
I'd like to take the credit and say that's tenacity.
You think it would ruin your day.
A lot of it is survival skill. Like, I support myself and my wife, and we don't make big money playing pool. And when I was doing this challenge, I didn't want to let you down and Predator down and Easy Street down. I wanted to cement my sponsorships and my career, and it would help my wife and I. And so it was kind of like Felicity's hanging off a cliff. Yeah. And I'm trying to hold on to her. I'm not going to let go. I just can't do it. I just don't have that option, because I don't make enough money to just go, I missed, I got a skid, let's just go golf. I mean, this is like, we got to do this and pull it off.
Yeah.
And so my drive and force is every time I think about Felicity and
desperation.
Desperation.
That's right.
And if I was a multimillionaire, I can't say that I'd have enough tenacity to shoot in 4,000 break balls. But when I know that if I break this record, it might open doors for myself, and I can take care of me.
And for the whole pool world.
And the whole pool world. And I have my selfish reasons too, And so a lot of that drive and tenacity that I'm going to get credit for was really like the same reason you don't see pro boxers come from Beverly Hills. They come from Mexico and the Philippines.
Right.
And so, I mean, realistically, we all know us pool players aren't millionaires, and we're never going to be. So when you get a chance to further your career and maybe make some money, and this was absolutely an opportunity for me to do good things and open doors for myself, the pressure that I felt and the drive that I felt to continue was overwhelming, because I don't have many avenues. I mean, I just had to do it. And it proved a lot to myself that, if I put in the work and hang in there and never give up, maybe something good will happen. Like the bands in music, they'll say, we played backyard gigs for 20 years, and one day this producer liked our stuff, and bing, bang, I was on TV, and all of a sudden they're buying mansions. So in pool, this is as close to having a hit record as it gets.
Yeah, well,
this is a hit record for
musicians are very much like pool players in so many ways.
Oh, in so many ways.
And one of them is...
Yeah, the money.
And one of them is they're generally not capable of doing anything else.
Yeah.
They don't know anything else.
No.
They don't have they can't go get a job because they have no skills.
And look at this.
They can't do anything.
Yeah.
John, look at this guy.
Because they've spent...
Well, I'll tell you another thing about me, though. I've had so many jobs that I know how brutal it was to make $6 an hour and work hard, that the pool was not so bad. I mean, I've had a lot of jobs, and I've done other things, and it didn't pay that good.
Right.
So when I get a chance to do something in pool, I want to take it. Now, I'm going to quit rambling on. I think we're going to actually get a chance to bring Felicity in.
Good.
And Lou... It has been a thrill and an honor to have you as a friend. You were just, if the world had more people like you, we would be better off.
We wouldn't play as good a pool.
No, but
Did you have to say that right in front of all the people?
But Lou, you've been a friend to Jerry and I and DePool, and you're just a great guy. You know, you have 16 brothers and sisters. They all love you to death. And I'll tell you, here's all you need to know about Lou Sardo. I went to his factory the other day, and he introduced me to he has like 80 employees. I met about 20 of them. They all have worked for him from anywhere from 5 years to 30 years. Now you know you're a good guy when you treated people good enough to stay with you for decades. So Lou, hats off to you, pal.
I love you, man.
Love you too, kid.
Great job.
Thanks for joining. Okay.
Good job. Talk to you.
So do you know where we're at in the count?
You know, I'm thinking we're at about. Yeah, we're nearing 600 right here. I'd have to, let's see, 600 is
Well, let's see when the coin moves.
40. Little Canadians out in the butte.
Thanks.
Hello, Felicity. How are you, sweet pea?
I'm awesome, honey.
Well, we were just
Not as good as you on the pool table, but
we were just talking about you, and since this is such a group effort, we thought we'd get a couple words from you. And you have been the behind-the-scenes editor. You've done so much, and I want to thank you here on camera. You've done so much to let me shine, and that. Let's see the coin. You've just done so much behind the scenes. You do so much work to let me do what I do and keep me organized. I can't thank you enough, and I love you, hon, and you're awesome.
I love you too,
And this has been a group effort, and it's something that, you know, I'm really happy that you and I have been able to share in. And so you're going to be in on the tail end of this, rightfully so, because you've been there right from the beginning. And I think I'm at about 500 and maybe 80. Okay, so this is 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43 racks. So that's 602.
602.
Okay, I remember when Doug said the word 602. I mean, it made the hair stand up on my back of my neck. I was like, this cannot be happening. There is no way I've run 600 balls and I'm straight in on a perfect break ball. I started having crazy visions of like 860 or just something retarded. Like, because I thought,
Not
well,
yet.
I'm this far, you know.
Soon.
Yeah.
yeah, it was pretty surreal.
Yeah, and you know, you, Felicity, held up your little handheld camera for the last 150 balls. She stood there for like an hour like this. You can imagine how tiring that is. And so you've been an instrumental part. I mean, you've just done so much, and I couldn't have done it without you.
Boy,
so.
there's a classic.
And here's
word.
another thing that's kind of cool. She wasn't always able to be there in the pool room. Most of the day, she was back tending to the apartment, grocery shopping, editing, or doing something to get videos out for the viewers. And today, she just so happened to be down there and was there for the whole run.
Well,
and I couldn't be
looked
more
at
thrilled.
my phone and it said 5:27, and Cece, Doug's wife,
Yeah.
had done her meditation, and she said, "I feel something really magical is going to happen today." And I
Wow.
knew when I looked at my phone that
Yeah.
you needed 5:27.
That was the date.
Wow, that's
To
the
break
date that
the
I didn't.
Mosconis.
She realized that before any of us.
The
And
date
I
was
said,
May
I'm going.
27th.
I'm going. And Cece said, "Yeah, I really have a good feeling about
That
today."
is strange. That is really strange. That's
Well, the numerology was off the charts on this day.
yeah. Yeah.
So, so right here, about this point right here, she's texting me and telling me he's at 600 and still shooting. He's over 600 and still shooting. Of course, I said the same thing. I'm sure everybody else did. Is no way. Couldn't believe it.
yeah.
You know, are you
You
sure?
called
You're
me.
not?
You called me from Las Vegas, and
Yeah.
I'm not going to answer the phone from too many people. But you called, and we're such good buddies. You just had. I forget what you said.
Oh, I
but
told
you're
you I
just-
was getting in the car.
You're
I
like,
was
I'm
forfeiting
driving there.
my
I said,
match.
no, Jerry, don't forfeit your match. I could miss any minute.
Well, listen, we had to get the ball rolling, and we got TV out there, and
Yeah,
got
you
the
did.
press happening, and
That you had a TV. Here's how good you are at this kind of stuff. You had a television crew in the pool room like 12 minutes after I broke the record. I couldn't believe it. I was ready to go home, and you go, no, the Channel 8's coming. I'm like, yeah, right. They showed up, and they did a nice little bit on it, and then you got the New York Times through Panazzo involved, and I always pronounce it Panazzo. It's probably Panozzo, but I don't know why I can't seem to remember to say it that way. Mike will have to tell me exactly.
so tell the story about Marab.
You mean just the entire... No.
The premonition.
Well, okay, that is amazing because Bill Moropoulos, one of my closest friends in the world, He called me.
Straight pull.
Oh, straight pull, great player, run 108 times and been through thick and thin with me. He called me and said, he goes, I know you won't believe this. He goes, I haven't talked to Dennis Walsh in a couple weeks, and I called Dennis yesterday and said, I have a feeling John is going to break this thing on Memorial Day because they know I'm very patriotic and I love America. I'm Mr. America, right? Bill said, I called Dennis. I pulled my car over to the side of the road out of the blue and called Dennis and said, I think he's going to break it tomorrow. And Bill goes, you can ask Dennis if I didn't do that. And he goes, I hadn't called Dennis in 2 weeks. So he told me that. And then Felicity.
No, he said it was today, wasn't he? He says, I think he's going to break it today.
Oh, maybe it was that day. But he was calling Dennis and saying,
Memorial Day.
yeah, he said, like, yeah, whatever it was. He was like, it's happening. He's going to do it. And then he finds out like an hour later that I ended up breaking, or, that day. And so I couldn't believe that. I thought that was kind of weird, but I mean, even like right here, I'm just looking at the balls going, man, I'm at 600 and something, and I've got a chance to keep going. I've got a good break shot. And you see my pace. I'm just flying around the table now. No worries. Everything's hunky-dory.
So, Felicity, it seems we all say the same thing as, oh, we knew he was going to do it.
No, I never
all along saying, oh, we know he's going to do it. Did you know he was going to do it?
I was fully into it. I knew he was fully capable. I even said to Doug, I said, I've got the feeling that before we leave this condo, he's going to break the record. And he goes, well, yeah, because Doug's like super positive, and so is Cece. And John, you heard earlier, he said, oh, yeah, glass is half full, dead bug, the whole thing. And he was always, trying to pull us back as if that,
Well, I always got butthurt when people said, I knew you were going to do it. Because I go, well, if you know I'm going to do it, then it's not hard to do. Like, anything that you know I'm going to do must not be that tough. Believe me, I didn't know I was going to do this. Or I would have bet big money. Do you know how much money I could have bet the world that I was going to break it? I mean, I had guys that told me, you can bet $50,000, I'll give you the rest of your life. I mean, believe me, I could have got all the action in the world if I knew I was going to do it. Well, there was no knowing.
The math proved. Every time you went back, you increased. It's not like you went backwards in any sense of the...
That's true. But...
So when I was looking at just the sheer, fact of it, I was
here we go. 616, and I have a perfect break shot. Wow. Doug is just looking at me like, he's giving me these looks like he doesn't even know what to say.
As I said earlier, Felicity texted me, and I didn't see the text. And the phone rings, and it's Jerry. He said he's on 610 and still shooting.
And I wouldn't have put it on the internet. The only reason I did is because it was already on.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody had already posted. I don't know how they found out. Maybe they were down there and went off their phone.
I felt everybody with me. I felt everybody pulling for me. And I knew how happy Lou would be, and Jerry, and my dad, and just like... it was just one of those things where...
So he just broke the balls right now at 616, but Doug marked the balls and cleaned them up and repolished everything because he's expecting another 250 balls out of it.
626 ain't spit.
From there.
Yeah. And Doug, what were you mentioning?
God's going to get busy.
You mentioned something about 150 ball run is equivalent to something?
Oh, yeah. What happened was when Mike Siegel ran 150 on Mike Zuglin, he said in the interview that that's equal to bowling 2 300s in a row. That's what he put
it probably is.
150.
Yes, it is.
So how many would...
Get over here.
Well, you go to every town in America, there's 20 people that have bowled a 300 game. If you ever go to a bowling alley, that's a common thing.
Right.
So running 150 in a tournament, I would say, is a highly difficult thing to do.
Oh, yeah.
Running 600... I mean, it's...
Yeah, now I got to say, we've all gotten a laugh out of that at your expense because that for that week afterwards, you were fretting that somebody else was going to jump up and run and beat 627 and steal your all of your hard work and thunder.
Yeah.
We all were just
and that's definitely
laughed.
a possibility. I mean, it's a possibility, but I think I wasn't giving the run the credit it deserves. It is... The great players of today could absolutely break my run. The Shaws and the Rodney Moores and all these great players are phenomenal, but they are going to find out that the amount of just agony you got to go through to break it is is half the battle. Not being a straight shooter, they're all straight shooters. But can you run 320 and get a skid and rack them up and keep going?
Right.
I'm probably the only one dumb enough and crazy enough to do that.
Honey, although we love your humbleness, your tenacity is what shines through.
Yeah. You got paid for your hard work.
Yeah,
You've
I
learned
just
to
couldn't
know
give
this
up for you
moment.
guys. I was a group effort, and I just didn't want to be an old man someday saying I could have broke that dang record. It's always bugged me when somebody says who has the high run, and they mention Willie, rightfully so, and I've always thought I think it could be me. I think I could do it, but I don't get to say that until I do it.
And you know
So-
what's kind of exciting is all the runs. Well, just this week in my home here, every time, just about every time you've gotten up, you've
Yeah,
broken 100.
run 100
and
many
I've been
times.
videotaping
Yeah.
all week. And then you did some 200s
Yes.
and something.
No, I'm in stroke. Yeah.
So we have some exciting stuff ahead of us. I believe you're still a puppy.
Yeah, I'm still got some years left. I could play good.
He said puppy. He didn't say dog.
Well,
So what's happening here?
Now-
All the fun's about to
okay,
come
this
to an
is
end.
the shot that a lot of people have been writing me going, well, how did it end? And you're going to see right here. Now, it's funny looking at this. This looks pretty dead, this 8-5 combination, but it's not. The 5 ball is aimed about 1.5 inches left of the left point of that corner pocket. So I have to cut the 8. Now, what I tried to do here is roll another 3 inches so I'm looking straight down this cut line. I come up a little short. So I have to shoot this combination, and you'll see what happens here. But the 8 ball, I have to cut to my left pretty violently, and I just miss it. I mean, at least I just get right up and shoot it, though. Oh. And I mean, it's a shot that I could have made. And
I
of course,
think
Doug
that
doesn't tell
Doug
me to
is
shoot. He can't wait to go, you should have made that combo, because 626 ain't spit. No, I'm just kidding.
I think that shot has kept Doug awake more
Oh.
nights than it
No,
has
it didn't
you.
bother me at all. No, I wasn't like, no, believe me. Because that billiard I made at 560 didn't have to go.
If that was 526, it might
Oh,
have been
God.
bad.
Oh, I would have been sick.
You imagine shooting that at 5. You probably would have cut that other ball in.
Yeah.
said
So
one.
there's Doug's wife, Cecilia,
look at
sweetest
that.
lady. Love her to death. She's been very supportive to let Doug take off and help me with this, and she's even came down and watched, and it just has really been a lot of fun to do this as a group.
So Doug, you talked about how much tension there was in the room and the electricity, and now what was the vibe in the room?
Well, there's only one conclusion. God bless Willie Moscone, God bless John Schmidt, and God bless 14-1 continuous pocket billiards, the greatest game in the world.
Amen.
There's our closer.